Well, good evening, everyone. On today's episode of Rob Remembering to Connect Cables, here we are. Happy Friday to all. Happy Friday, December 29th, 2023.
The year is over.
Yeah, I did not plan accordingly. I mean, just the entire year flew by. What happened? Anyways, happy Friday to everyone. I hope you had a wonderful Christmas. See you guys in the chat. So, hi, chat. How are you guys? People are telling me to take deep breaths. Take deep breaths. Yes, take deep breaths. Take deep, calming breaths. I think in this year, I'm going to give myself a delayed Christmas present of a new computer. That is probably best for everybody involved. So, you know,
I'll help you figure out what to buy, man. And we'll set a time.
Gosh.
We'll set a time in January. I'll come down there. It'll be great.
I like this idea. This is a great idea. So, chat, how you guys doing? Where are you tuning in from? What are you doing? How was your year? Have you made New Year's resolutions yet? How was your Christmas? My gosh, so much has happened since I was last on with you guys talking about the crazy stuff that happens in law. And we've got more crazy stuff. And I have dad jokes. Oh, shall we?
Shall we? Advent calendar?
Yeah, it's a dad joke advent calendar. Yes, this was sent by XCDA, and it's phenomenal because some of the jokes are just perfect. What's this one? And I figured I'd pick a couple of these. What did Darth Vader say when his car broke down 3 miles outside of town?
Is it just no?
The Empire hikes back.
Oh, God.
Yep. That's a preview of all the fun jokes that we have in here. It's fantastic.
That's not even good.
Oh, come on. That wasn't that bad. Oh, this is a good one.
What sound does
the 747 make when it bounces? Boing, Boeing.
Okay.
Solid.
All right. Yeah, that's better.
Told you. There's good ones. There's good ones and all over the place. It's just it's clearly written by someone who English was not either first language.
Or second or third.
Or I don't know. I don't know. Why did Microsoft PowerPoint cross the road? To get to the other slide.
That's not even a good lead. That's not even a good lead in.
To get to the other slide. Oh, Kurt, you'll like this one. What's a cow's favorite color? Blue. Oh, God.
I thought it was going to be move.
Worse. I thought it was going to be move on from this dad joke book.
Mauve.
I gave you the highlight because you gave away Mr. Moo. Oh my gosh! Most pizza.
Is there anything in there about a bee fish?
I don't know. Most pizza jokes are pretty cheesy though. So
they just set a Guinness World Record for the cheesiest pizza in Italy. Someone made a pizza with 1,001 different kinds of cheese. It's a Guinness World Record.
Seriously?
Yeah.
You know, these are the important things that I miss when I'm out of the office and out of.
I'm here to help.
When is a door not a door? When not a door?
When it's a jar.
Yeah, I know. I kind of gave you that one away. The bad thing. When it's a jar. This is great. No, they're not. They're terrible. What kind of self-help?
Different definitions of great here.
I know. What kind of self-help books do dolphins read? Leading a porpoise-driven life. There we go.
You're all set for your stand-up set, man.
You know,
I'll stand for your stand-up set. Get that open mic time, man. That'll be great.
This is making me want to violence.
Well, you don't get to violence right now because we actually get to announce something kind of cool. Grant Horn with the super chat coming in and reminding me of something that I saw earlier today. Ian goes, "What are you doing in January?" I was like, "I don't know. Does that mean that you won something?"
I don't know if I won anything. I suspect I'm number 5 of 5, but
oh, come on. It's the most dapper. He's nominated for most dapper in the Gundies. So I mean, we're gonna have fun. Everyone's saying, put the book down, put the book down. No, bad, Rob, very bad. You guys can scold me all you want. I've got the joke book. The joke book is the best book.
Well, I appreciate the
cannot be
permission
stopped.
because we will continue. On
Why?
this
He
scolding.
cannot be stopped. I mean, he is about to become a stepfather, so he has to get practice up, you know?
Yeah. My son didn't tell me he ate some glue. His lips were sealed. Solid. I mean, that's a good one. Giant
Mischief
squid
Manager's
jokes
having any second
are-
thoughts at this point, you know? Lol.
She's 9 million of them. She's been having them, since she met me. Giant squid jokes are cracking me up.
That's a good one. I like that. I
Yeah.
approve.
Yeah. Don't trust atoms. They make up everything. Oh, that's really bad. That's really bad one. So that is some of the dad jokes we've got. How was y'all's Christmas? Did you celebrate? Did you do anything fun?
I did a beef Wellington stream, and I'm happy to say the beef Wellington turned out very well.
I was impressed that you decided that undertaking. Did it turn out medium rare? Medium? How did it turn out?
Oh, it was beautiful. It was absolutely beautiful. It was perfect. I
One of the
used
best
the
meals.
meter Bluetooth thermometer, so it tells you exactly when to take it out of the oven, and it was perfect.
Oh my gosh, it was amazing. I
Mm.
love beef Wellington. Congrats, man. That's awesome.
Yeah.
See, now I'm
Oh.
hungry.
You're hungry? Are you hungry for some steak? Because what makes a cow feel romantic? Mood lighting. Mm-hmm. The jokes will continue until the morale improves.
That is not how that works.
Why? It should, though. It's
Because that will not help morale.
I'm gonna crack one of these in court.
Oh, that'll be good. Yeah, that'd be good on a
Yeah.
cross-examination. Just break out one of those questions. That'll be good.
And be held in contempt.
I've got one. It's basically like you finish with your closing arguments. Judge, I've got a question for you. What's a cow's favorite person? Who's a cow's favorite person? You. Why are they all cow jokes?
Next up, we'll be reviewing Rob's sanction hearing.
Apparently, Lance Armstrong is denied ever using drugs, but he's admitted to peddling. Oh, that's dark, but funny. Yeah. The supermarket checkout sign said 8 items or less, so I changed my name to Less. By the way, that one bothers me a lot because it's actually, and it should be 8 items or fewer. When you can quantify the items, it should be fewer.
That's
Drives
right.
me nuts. Whenever I go to the grocery store and you go to the checkout line, it's like 8 items or less. You mean 8 items or fewer? Can we just get the language right? So
No.
well, so apparently not. So Kurt made beef Wellington for Christmas. Ian, what'd you do?
Nothing much. Just sort of not a whole lot, which is not bad.
Kind of like this one, Mod Princess of the Super Chat. I got the inside of my car professionally cleaned as a present for my older brother, and I'm still smiling about the results. Adulting.
Nice.
Adulting
Worth it.
is awesome. Being an adult is fun. And you know what else is fun? So I shared this on a members only stream, but I figured that I can share it here as well. I have Nerf guns, or as Mini Mischief 2 calls it, blasters. And they always play with my little Nerf blaster that one of you in the chat gave me, by the way, little single shot. Pretty fun little toy. And I figured that it was time to give them their own blasters. So I gave them single shot blasters, Nerf Rival Series, phenomenal product.
This stream sponsored by Nerf.
It should be. It should be.
I'm
So I
gonna get
gave
him a
them
Nerf
little.
Gatling gun.
Well, I love that you said that because I was not about to let those kids start shooting me. So I bought myself this. And yes, this is a red dot sight.
Nice.
On a Nerf gun. And it has a lovely capacity. So when the kids were pulling out their, oh yeah, Ian's got one too. When the kids were pulling out their,
this one is not for you, son kids, though. This one is for shooting tennis balls.
Oh gosh. So when the kids were pulling out and they were playing around with their guns, and I was wondering if they were ever going to aim one, I said, why don't you reach behind the couch? because I had hid mine there. And all of a sudden, this thing comes out. And I will tell you, those are the motors. So, yes, it is motorized. And when it shoots, I'm going to shoot these down the hallway, down the stairs. Yep. So,
I feel like the sound could be a little more menacing.
I feel like I can tweak that. I think I also want to do, because I was watching YouTube videos over the holiday on some of the power-ups you can give these things. So you can do a bypass, and I can put a DeWalt 20-volt battery on it.
Mm-hmm.
So
You know, we're going to be reading about this in the news soon.
no, we're not. No, we're not.
Local lawyer injures children by this with supercharged Nerf gun.
Well, there's the other meme. It's like you chase me. Stop! Shoot me! Stop! Oh, these kids. Oh, yeah.
The red dot is a nice touch, though. I appreciate
it. Was it's really impressive. It's got the design of these things is really pretty remarkable. It's on a rail.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's
Yeah,
because they're actually just borrowing. They're just borrowing
put a grown-up L dot on there, get a Leopold sight or something. That'd be good.
Emily, the rival balls are Red and George's favorite toy. Your client approves. Good. I'm glad that my client approves of their attorney's choice of firearm here. It's phenomenal. Hey, Emily, how's that organization going? You making progress, or have you thrown anything against the wall yet? Because I know that you emptied out the entire back shelf and are completely going to town on that. So, yeah. Anyways, Christmas was a lovely affair. We were in Arizona the week between, when the kids had gotten out of school. We were in Arizona visiting my mom. So we got back in town on the 23rd, and the mini mischiefs were supposed to go to the other party on the 24th, but that got confused. So we got on the 25th. So we got to Christmas morning with them. But what that resulted in was the 24th was just an all-night wrapping spree with wine involved. But just so freaking tired. I think I now get it. I now understand why my parents were always so irritated on Christmas morning. Oh, because then they just go and they do away with all of that hard work in like 2 seconds. Like you do all that hard work wrapping, and all of a sudden it's just shredded. It's annihilated. And they're flipping through toys, but I did get some really fun presents. So Mini Mischief 2 thinks that everything unicorn I absolutely love, because there's so many unicorns in my house. So I got a unicorn finger puppet. And then Santa, aka Mischief Manager, I didn't know that they had unicorn monster trucks.
That's cool.
I think Christmas is a great time to remember kind of one of the phrases I think keeps people going longer and longer and longer. You can grow old. Doesn't mean you have to grow up ever.
Did one of your friends send you something unicorn related as well?
Oh, I have to go grab that real quick. Wait, hang on. Emily says no sleep. We once built a massive outdoor playhouse till 4 a.m. Oh my gosh. Oh, by the way, Kurt, as far as Christmas gifts go, sending me the book Lumber and Law, which is a spicy novel. I think it's 86 total pages. Yeah.
You should show the chat the cover of the book.
I'll go grab it. Give me 1 second. Hang on. Occupy yourselves.
I sent Rob a book. Rob, yeah, because we always need. I think what I said on chat last time we had this, I said I was going to send him to enrich his mind. I believe was my word choice. Something to enrich his mind. And what is better to enrich one's mind than a book? So I bought him a book.
That depends on the book.
Butterfly in the sky. I could go twice so high. Take a look. It's in a book. A reading rainbow.
Reading Rambo?
Yeah, reading rainbow. Yeah, for sure. Yeah.
So I didn't grab the book because the book is, I can't find it right now, but I will pull up the cover.
Mm.
The cover is on Amazon.
Rob's like,
Books.
which trash can did I put this in?
No, it's not a trash can. I actually read like the first 2-3 pages.
Wow.
It's something else, man. I know that we had seen that book at some point and talked about it laughingly.
Mm.
Oh,
But I bought it for you. I bought
yeah.
it for you.
You
Yes.
purchased it, and it is a reading assignment that I have. Let me see. There we go.
Yeah.
Lumber and Law, a series.
Mm-hmm.
It's a paperback series.
Mm-hmm.
A few
But
months
Jenna
after
Wade.
his brother's accident, Jesse Brody can't stop thinking about Troy Evans, a police officer that helped solve the case, even though Troy almost had to arrest him. Jesse is sure he has a shot at a date. Jesse's always been open with his family, except about one thing. But when he starts dating Troy, a closeted police detective, everything changes. Troy is everything Jesse's ever wanted in a man, handsome, strong, and kind. But Troy is also afraid of what people think of him. They find out he's gay. Jesse and Troy are drawn to each other, but they know that their love is forbidden. If they were to be together, they would risk everything.
Mm.
So
Jenna
it
Wade.
reads about as well as you would imagine it would read, which is to say, not that well. So, yeah, that was the lovely Christmas gift. And then I got a unicorn popper, which is supposed to shoot little foam balls. And I have received this unicorn.
Shoot unicorns?
No, I've received a unicorn popper before. And I saw the box, and the box showed a little unicorn popper, and I was like, oh, I've seen one of these before. So I put it aside for a minute because I was thinking, oh, good, another one I can give away to the kids because I've got one, and I was going, I can give this one away. I can't give this one away because this unicorn popper doesn't shoot unicorn balls out of its mouth. It shoots them out of its butt. So this is the lovely gift that Kurt. Oh my God, that was so anticlimactic. Also incredibly fitting, but the unicorn looks very confused.
Merry
Christmas,
Rob.
Oh, Kurt. There's a Christmas gift on its way to you. It's not a unicorn popper. It's a lovely purple pen.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that.
Scott, try something a surprise trampoline outside at night. I'd rather wrap a pony. Be careful. Don't suggest that you'd rather wrap a pony because these kids.
You hear that, recovery addicts kids? You're getting a pony next year.
You're getting a pony. Emily uncivil, and so Ian and Kurt. Rob needs to read the book to members. It seems. There
you go. There's a good members only stream. Rob reads the book Kurt got him. And being a member of the channel, I look forward to being in that chat.
Being a member of the channel, I look forward to being literally anywhere else.
Anywhere else? Oh my gosh. Oh, this is really sweet. The Japanese Yakuza gave away the bracelets I received from the charity stream to my sisters, and they loved it. That's awesome news. Thank you. That I finally got the last one of those things shipped off. The plane, the little hand plane, mini hand plane. So that finally got shipped off en route. It was the last of the things I think I had to get shipped. That was a task getting all those things put together. Oh no, Emily's sending books. Emily, don't do it. I mean, you can. I guess you could. So
I'm an influence on others.
The jury is out on whether that influence is positive or negative. But honestly, as long as it keeps you young and laughing, it's positive.
Jury came back. It's negative. They were in deliberations for 8 seconds.
It was a faster verdict than Murdoch.
Nobody even sat down. They just got in the room, sort of looked at each other and went,
Well, I take the week and I go on a
Yeah.
little vacation, and all of a sudden I've got Becky Hill who's sending emails from her clerk of court official email
Yeah.
account to
Yeah,
various
that was good,
people.
Sif. That was good. Don't
All I
send
gotta
things
do
from your
are just
official. Don't send things from your
FOIA
official
request
account.
avail.
That's
Oh
not a
my
good idea.
God. Just,
Oh, I've got some thoughts on that.
you sit there and you go, when we first saw that motion or the allegations, we were going, we're going to go ahead and read the words on the page as they are. And if there's any substance to the allegations, these are really bad allegations. And you're going, but you're skeptical, right? Because you're going, is a clerk of court really that foolish?
Oh no, she's going to jail.
And you just start seeing receipts and you're going, oh my word. Including
she's going to jail. Like I
There's no-
said this before, I was like, she's probably going to jail over this, and she's going to jail.
Mhm.
Like, yeah.
Where is this one? Hope Always. Speaking of jurors, what happened with the jury interview? Oh, I've got update on that. There was a filing today by J Hatch that we're going to go through pretty briefly. So this has been a wild year, and I kind of wanted to do like a recap. And well, not really a recap. What was the favorite case that you covered this year? Thinking back.
I mean, for me, it's a tie between two examples of stellar lawyering. One of them
What are
would be
those?
GWAX.
Okay.
The other one is Jeanette Braun versus My Sanity. Or really, she's suing Caffeinated Kitty, Becca Day, and Do We Know Them? But, oh my God, I have no idea what the hell.
I am so angry at you for sending me down that rabbit hole that consumed about 3 hours of my time in a morning, where I was going, this can't be that bad.
Oh, it
Yes,
can.
Yes, it can.
Like,
Yeah.
I mean, I
Like,
got started on this by reading their lawyer's complaint, because somebody's like, hey, here's this complaint. And I was like, I'm bored. I'll read this complaint. And then I was looking at it going, wait, this is their filing, and their filing makes me think that they're terrible people. So let's dig, like, are they actually this terrible? And the answer is worse. I'm excited to see where this one goes.
I am terrified because every update in this thing. So I went down that 3-hour rabbit hole, which involved me going on TikTok and watching the videos that were posted by Caffeinated Kitty.
Oh, and
in no way does she
more.
sound unhinged. She sounds like she's a character.
She's doing a bit. She's doing a character. And when they put in, like, so in filings, they basically say, we called it a wellness check because we were concerned because she was talking about doing demon things and blood and organs. And it's like, she's playing a character. This is like going to watch the movie Beetlejuice and calling it a wellness check because the guy playing Beetlejuice did some creepy things. It's like,
only person you need to call on a wellness check-in is on Marjorie Taylor Greene.
Do not call in wellness checks unless you've got like actual
checks.
Like whatever.
Well, no, or was that Bobart? I'm sorry, I came up with the wrong name. At Beetlejuice.
I hate when
as a lawyer you should never call in a wellness check on because your client is upset with somebody.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I was trying to make a Beetlejuice joke.
Well, and people don't understand, wellness checks are one of those things where, look, any police encounter at a residence of an individual, oftentimes wellness checks happen various times of the evening. Any police encounter at a residence is a heightened circumstance, right? The police get an encounter for a wellness check. They don't know what the condition of the person is that they are going to check on. It's a home late in the evening. People late in the evenings are usually surprised by a knock on the door. And then when someone announces that they're police, they're anxiety level goes through the roof. They get anxious. They make statements. Cops get anxious. It is not a good circumstance. Don't call wellness checks in on people unless you have an actual foundation for the wellness check. Spoiler alert, in this particular case, they did not.
Also, usually if you have an actual foundation for the wellness check, usually the police are the wrong people for that. They're not good at it. Like, how do they deal with somebody who's in some sort of crisis? Well, they've got a gun. And so if your solution doesn't involve person with gun, then the police are really the wrong approach, because it's kind of when all you've got is a hammer, everything looks like a nail. Well, if all you've got is a gun, then everything looks like maybe we should shoot it.
A possible target.
That is not really what you want for your friends and family. The number of people I've seen who've had wellness checks called in on them that end up like going badly is a lot.
Yeah, well, and what I was really in the caffeinated kitty case, what I was impressed with was she's good. She requested and received the dispatch calls from the attorney and from what's her name? Something the mortician.
Lauren she requested both calls. She wasn't sure it was Lauren the mortician, although the sound is very similar. Except, guess who admitted it in A, court filings, and B, a video. Like, hey, this was in question. Well, yeah. So,
well, that's ongoing.
I always love that when the one side submits what they think is the bombshell evidence, and somehow they can't notice that it's damning to their case.
You mean like Sam Bankman-Fried testifying in his own defense?
Yeah.
Well,
it's like,
it wasn't so much that they put it in as like, this is the bombshell evidence. They submitted as, oh, we submitted a wellness check because we were concerned for safety. And now the funny thing is that there's actually now so many different justifications for the wellness check, because there's the one that's in the court filing. There's the one that's actually in the wellness check call. There's the one that's in Lauren the mortician's TikTok video saying, here's why I called in a wellness check. And there's the one that's in, what's her name? Jeanette Braun of Braun Law, her own TikTok video explaining why she called in the wellness check. And it would be really nice if there was overlap between these two things. Yeah. It's
be careful, Ian. If you say Jeanette Braun's name too many times, she appears and files an IP infringement claim against you for saying her name or the name of her firm.
I'm not that concerned, because there's a reason why it's Braun Law.
They're garbage
and not something else. They don't call it Brain Law.
For those of you who haven't caught Ian reading through that cease and desist letter, that was one of my highlights of the later part of the year, because, oh my God, it's so bad. It is so bad. She asks questions, like rhetorical questions in the demand letter. You don't do that. And
tell us about the worm parties. It's like, I cannot imagine a world where this would actually matter.
And then also give me every name and address for every person on your team who you are in contact with. Go away.
Yeah.
If I ever had contact with, that's going to take a long time.
Lol is a complete sentence.
This entire, in the lawsuit itself, I've never seen a lawsuit that's more appropriately suited for an anti-slap.
Oh,
it is 100% just, it is aimed at, like, that is what those statutes are designed to combat. And I really hope that Caffeinated Kitty gets all those attorney's fees paid in that anti-slap motion, man.
And all of them, like, because they're, yep. So somebody says this needs to be explained. What are they talking about? Lauren the Mortician is a YouTube or a TikToker who basically she got herself into some criticism over a couple of things. One, she got into a fight with a child safety expert Um, she posted a video about child safety, like child seats, and said
Mhm.
basically don't use this child seat. So
Well,
some child safety expert responded and was like, I disagree, and like this is what I do for a living, and she's a mortician. Mortician doesn't necessarily make you an expert in like child safety. It just means that you've seen dead bodies. That's it. So she makes a response where she apparently, I haven't seen the response, but apparently she says something along the lines of, isn't it kind of creepy that this grown man with no kids has so many child seats?
oh,
It's his job.
It's his job.
It's literally his job, but she suggests some sort of prurient interest is what,
Well,
this is what I've
that
heard.
seems like
So
implying something.
he responds to this, and then he gets struck off of TikTok.
Seriously.
So yeah,
Well,
he got-
that's
he
probably
got nuked.
in his own interest, to be honest. But
Well, but so
Well,
the thing
I
is,
mean, he's
her-
now
her
having to rebuild his platform.
I understand.
From
So
what I could tell from Lauren the Mortician's brand, though, so like you said before, and this is additional context, and I don't mean to cut you off. Additional context is this person, Lauren the Mortician, is a mortician. So what she basically describes is that she sees the eventuality of certain circumstances in her daily practice, that being that of a mortician. She sees the dead bodies, and she gives her opinion on products. So in doing so, what she does is she goes around TikTok or goes
See,
around different things and
I'm
pulls up
waiting
videos.
for. I know this one's probably going to get slapped, but I mean, selfishly, I hope that they don't, because in depositions we're going to find out some more about just how much of a mortician she is, because that's also something that people have been digging into, and there are some questions about that. So, but yeah, the other thing that's worth noting is what a mortician does, which is they make you look pretty after you die. They're not a coroner. They're not anything. As a lawyer, the instances when you would call a mortician as an expert are basically none, because you might call them as to like mortuary practice.
Damages in an open casket ceremony gone awry.
Yeah, but it would have to be specifically to like how funerals do things,
Yeah,
as opposed to anything like medical.
yeah. Like I'm not calling her in a product liability case to testify to whether a product is defective or not because
Yeah,
she dressed up the body after the fact.
yeah.
And that's not a knock on morticians. I mean, I don't know how people do that job, but
I don't want to do it.
I don't want to do it. It is.
I mean, it's mostly kind of a sort of arty job that that yeah. Hey, Nate.
I see Nate. I see you there, buddy. I haven't talked to you in a while. If you want to jump on, we're recapping some of the cases that we've covered this week, or not this week, this year, because honestly, it feels like a week. It hasn't been a week. It's been like longer than a week. It's been a year, but it feels like a week. So, hang on. Trying to multitask, and I'm not doing very well at it today. This time period, I was talking to Kurt about this earlier. This time period of year between Christmas and New Year's, my brain is not braining. It is not doing the things I need it to do. I need it to focus. I need it to have executive function capabilities. Emily makes a good point. There's another distraction after corner armpits. I forgot about that one. That's the Murdoch case. Corner armpits. I don't know if not being a corner matters that much. I don't know, but Lauren the Mortician goes and she does these product reviews. And in doing so, what she does is she pulls the videos from these different products, people displaying the products, people advertising products. She pulls the video itself and she puts the video up there and she gives commentary on the video. Classic fair use, right? You are taking some content and
It's fair use when she does it. It's unfair when other people do it.
And that's a caveat. She is not okay with people taking her content and adding commentary to her content.
Mm.
And that seems to be the problem.
If this goes to a deposition, I expect that the deposition would include literally hours of let's go through every video you've ever posted.
Oh, yeah.
So this one's fair use, right?
Yeah.
Okay, let's do the fair use analysis. And this one's fair use. And really the only difference here, isn't it just that they're mean to you? Isn't that why you're saying that it's not fair use? That they're mean to you? Yeah.
Well, and the internet's going to internet. It's a circumstance you can't get away from. The internet is going to do the internet thing. People are going to give commentary on the commentary you give. There's a whole Reddit page, Take Care of Maya Free, where every time I talk about the Maya Kowalski case, all of a sudden there's people that are, we're going to contact the bar. We're going to do all this other stuff. Go right ahead. I understand that. I've got a thick skin. I'm a trial attorney. You're not going to hurt me.
Oh, I mean, I've had people threaten, I'm going to call the Law Society. And I'm like, do you want their information? Because
here it is.
Here it is. Here's how you report me. Here, I'll give you a step-by-step.
So it's kind of BS because Lauren the Mortician also has how many million followers?
I don't know.
A couple million on TikTok. And when you have larger groups who have the benefit of an IP attorney or an IP team, and I mean, we face it on YouTube. You get
let's put benefit with an asterisk here.
That's a fair statement. But where you go on YouTube, you guys have heard us talk about it, where we pull up a law and crime feed. We used to pull up a law and crime feed, and then all of a sudden you get a copyright hit, and they have claimed the content, even though it's pretty damn clear it's fair use. But you have to fight it, and it's a pain in the butt to fight it. And sometimes the other big conglomerate, YouTube, sides with the other big entity, Law and Crime, and says, we're not going to go ahead and remove this. It's copyright. We're going to side with them. It's just the nature of the beast, right? It's the bigger entities that have that strength and that power and the gravitas, and they win those arguments sometimes just de facto. It's not right. They just do. So when you have something like that, Lauren the Mortician, who has this IP team, the jury's out on whether the IP team is any good or not, but they're hitting all these other content creators with copyright claims for every single time that someone comments on her video, even though she knows damn well, because she does it herself, it's fair use. It's a bunch of bullshit. So it gets called out, and then you have the lawyer, Jeanette Braun, who I don't know what compelled her to get onto TikTok. Well, no, I know what compelled her. The people giving commentary about the copyright strikes they were getting. She creates a TikTok.
She had some stuff on TikTok before that, I think.
Not a lot.
Yeah, I'm just pulling up her TikTok now. I'm not going to put anything on stream or anything because she is strike happy. When did she start this?
But she starts going off on these tangents and talking about what she's doing behind the scenes as a lawyer. Here's the times when I talk about what I am doing behind the scenes in my office in pending litigation. 0. I talk to you guys about a lot of like war stories from trials. I don't tell you what I'm doing in specific cases. Why would I do that? There's no purpose. It just, no. But something, it's like a cat when you scratch them backwards, when you rub them like against the grain.
Her first video was 2020, so predating this by a fair bit.
It is fair bit, but I mean, her content more recently, that was what I was watching. I was watching cringing the whole time. Why are you talking about this? Why are you talking about the pending case? Why are you talking about your call for a wellness check? Why are you on TikTok publicly explaining why you made a wellness call? Why'd you make a wellness call in the first place? Why explain the cease and desist letter? What are you doing?
The fun thing is that she's going and explaining those things. But then when she sends a cease and desist letter, she's like, my fair use analysis is privileged attorney work product. And I'm like,
what? No.
No, that is literally like the thing you would actually write out in your cease and desist letter.
Well,
This is,
not to put too fine a point on it, but the privilege immediately evaporates once it's sent to the third party because it breaks the
Yeah.
privilege. The privilege is between the attorney and the client. Or if we're talking about work product, the privilege is the attorney himself. But once you send it out into the world, you can't claim those things anymore because you haven't kept it secret.
Well,
Well,
there's
and
going
that's
to be all sorts of other privilege problems on this one.
well, and
I'm
that,
sure
that's
I'm sure there are many problems.
well.
I'm sure there are many
Kurt's comment raises a new question for me because I now have a big question for Jeanette, the lawyer. How many of did you discuss with your client whether you had the authorization to go publicly and explain the motions and the things that you were doing behind the scenes? Did you have authorization to do that and put it on blast? Because I think that whatever privilege you might have had is just completely evaporated.
I don't
I mean, she
think.
might actually
I
have gotten
know.
permission on that.
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I mean, one of the things that'll be interesting is just how much, like, she may have had permission to put that stuff on blast. The question will be, how much did she put in writing about the effect of that? Because that is going to be an interesting concern. Because
This
there
is the
may be,
Streisand effect.
well, and there may be some real issues later down the road over like, hey, so we may have screwed up on the privilege thing, and did we understand what we were doing? Yeah, I've got some concerns.
And Megan Easton, no, she didn't say the cease and desist was attorney-client privilege. What she said was in the cease and desist letter.
She
is
says,
that
I'm not
she-
telling you my analysis on fair use because that's privileged work product. This is, by the way, not the only time she's said that.
Yeah, it doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
No.
I mean, you're going to have to reveal it eventually.
You have
Well,
to.
and
It's your
also,
defense.
it's literally what you would put in a cease and desist letter to say, I know you might think it's fair use. Here is why it's not. Right?
Yes.
That is part of a good... When somebody's like, I'm not going to tell you why it's not fair use, I'm like, oh, that sounds like it is then. Right?
Yeah. I mean, basically, so a content creator like Caffeinated Kitty says, I have a good faith basis for putting this content out there. My good faith basis rests in my fair use analysis. Here's what it is, right? So that's my good faith basis for having this out on blast. Now, when you come back and you try to refute that good faith basis and say, I'm going to proceed with damages against you, you actually have to refute their claim for a good faith basis. You can't just say, nah, bro, I'm an attorney. It's not fair use and you don't get to see it. And by the way, take it down. That doesn't do anything to dispel the good faith argument that Caffeinated Kitty has in her commentary, which I've looked through it. That, based on my understanding of fair use, it's perfectly within fair use. Every single one of her commentary videos.
Well, she likens it to something like a murder charge, in that she says, well, once you say fair use, you're admitting to copyright infringement. I'm like,
no,
kind of, except that the U.S. Supreme Court has noted that while it's an affirmative defense, it's kind of a special category of affirmative defense where before you make a strike, you actually do have to conduct a good faith analysis.
I don't think the Supreme Court said that. I thought it was only in the Ninth Circuit.
Was it Ninth Circuit? I thought it was U.S.
Yeah.
I could be wrong, but they did actually note this as a concern. I'm just checking. Oh yeah, it is. Yeah, I was just pulling it up earlier, which is why I've got it up online. But the interesting thing is that she actually knows all of this because one of her previous cases, Braun's previous cases, was a case suing an Etsy seller for making false takedowns on Etsy.
Oh, well, that would feature very strongly in a Rule 11 motion that I would file.
I mean, the thing is you don't need to show that in any of that because a lawyer is kind of presumed to know the law, and ignorance is not really an excuse.
Correct, but willfulness can add sanctions. Willfulness is conduct that, the lawyer can, and judges will sometimes buy the argument that, oh, I just didn't know this very small nuanced area of law. Now, granted, fair use is kind of a relatively significant part of IP law, but if she had previously represented clients in making that very argument or in refuting that very argument, then I would be putting that front and center in a Rule 11 motion saying, Judge, do you want to consider sanctions? Would you like to? Maybe.
I mean,
Well,
if
Rule
I
11 does
received,
require a formal notice period to cure. But yeah,
I don't know how she cures it.
By withdrawing the whole thing and saying she made an oopsie.
What are the odds on that one? Just saying.
I mean, if I hired a lawyer and they sent me like, here's the draft of the cease and desist that I want to send out, I'd be like, thank you. Please bill me for whatever time you spent on this and never call me again. I will be giving you the name of another lawyer to to send the file to, because you are done. And maybe you should think really hard about whether the quality of your work here is something that you actually want to send me a bill for, but that's up to you. And if I received something like this, I would probably just send it back with, I'm not sure why you sent me this, but here it is sent back with red line typo corrections. Please also find enclosed a copy, some of it I think is actually running close to professional discipline issues. Like Illinois says you can't threaten to criminal proceedings to achieve a civil result.
Most states have that. Yeah.
For your edification, here's the criminal things that we think you have done, which is most of the letter. It's hard to say that that's just for your edification. And it's also so wrong.
And so Ian, answer
this is
question.
Blackmail, and it's not.
Where does the wellness check come in? So explain to the chat what the justification that she had for the wellness check.
Well, it's hard to explain what the justification is because she gives different justifications in different places. So on her TikTok, she says that the justification is that she was talking about doing demon things and drinking blood and whatever else. When she's talking to the police, she just says, I'm worried she's going to hurt herself. And then when the police are like, did she actually make any threats or any comments around that? And she's like, well, no.
Then she goes off into saying she's blackmailing people.
Yeah. And the two of them Lauren the mortician and her lawyer make the wellness checks within very little time from each other, which kind of suggests coordination. And a false wellness check would be what kind of activity?
False police report. And speaking of false police reports, a former cop has joined the stream.
Which is a crime in both Illinois and Georgia. If that's a false police report, and one of the things that can crack open privilege is, did you two work together to do crime? So the defense is going to be alleging on this one, saying you guys work together to do crime. We want to break open privilege.
Ian has a point.
Nate, are you familiar with this story at all?
No, I came in at a bad time. I don't know what you're talking about.
So catching up. So Caffeinated Kitty is a TikTok creator. She plays a persona that is very, she plays one of these, what's her tagline? Tormenting or the men that bully
it's
you.
A sort of gothy persona, basically.
It's a gothy persona, but it's actually kind of funny. One of the things that I caught was she makes a comment about like YouTube or not YouTube, Uber drivers, right? If you are a single female getting into an Uber and the Uber driver is asking you all kinds of really uncomfortable questions, you look very nice tonight. Where are you going? Blah blah blah. That one of the ways to respond is to ask that Uber driver some uncomfortable questions right back. Don't answer the question. Just kind of say, "So, do you have both kidneys? Are they both functioning? How's your lung?" And just firing back with that. It's clearly a bit. It's satire. Everything about her content is satirical in nature. Now, it's got some substance to it, like how to keep the creeps away from you. But Lauren the Mortician goes out, does this product review, implies that this other person is perhaps maybe too close to children. That person who has car seats ends up being a safety reviewer of car seats, has a completely legitimate reason. Caffeinated Kitty does commentary on it, and then Lauren the Mortician hires an attorney, Jeanette Braun, who initiates an IP strike or IP takedown, gets her entire monetized Facebook account taken down, starts going after her videos, and then when Caffeinated Kitty starts responding and calling out the attorney for the BS behavior, they call in a wellness check.
The wellness check is probably going to be the problem because you're going to, what are you filing a false
Police report?
Yeah,
Yep.
but you got to swear to those things, so that may be an issue.
It's just a phone call, so I don't think it's sworn in the sense of like perjury charges, but it's still, from what I can see, it's still an offense in both Georgia and Illinois. So,
and the attorney was the one that did this.
Oh,
both
yeah.
the attorney and the client do it within like minutes of each other.
Yeah, because then you can even make him bring an ethics. That'd be like a legit ethics claim if it's true.
Yep. Yep, and it's going to be interesting.
Well, the attorney doubled down. They filed a defamation lawsuit against this content creator.
This is like spicy stuff. You guys,
this is gonna get good. I think Ian's gonna get sued, and if Ian gets sued, I think Ian's gonna get sued. I'm almost convinced he's gonna get sued for defamation. And
for the record, I'd like to say that this lawyer is completely correct in everything she says, and all criticism of her is invalid.
Oh my god!
Oh god, Ian's gonna get sued, and I was like, "Can I be pro Hawk wherever you get sued?" Someone wave.
Well, the thing is where would they have to sue me? Oh, right, Canada.
That's true. Yeah.
So,
defendants home.
Come play in my backyard because
you have the home field advantage.
Did I get mentioned by J Hatch in their latest motion? Someone said I got mentioned.
Yeah.
Oh,
you got mentioned.
All right.
The other fun thing is that if she does sue me, I'm pretty sure that's going to have some issues for her. I can't go into all the details as to why, but she should have some thought, like real sober analysis before she decides to pull that trigger. And if she sends me a cease and desist, I can explain it to her why. But
well, before we get to the J Hatch thing, Nate, how you doing, bud? It's been forever. How long has it been?
I've been doing great. I've been doing great. I don't know if you guys have been seeing. I've just been pumping out content like a insane lunatic. So it's just been going that. So I got like 7 people employed now. So it's been really, really hectic over here. But I'm trying to avoid YouTube burnout, if you guys know what I mean, because I'm trying to just do so much to keep everything moving. So it's success, but that there's never enough, and I'm starting to get into that atypical personality. Like I need more. How much money is enough? Never enough. So now I got to start.
You found yourself a rabbit hole. You found yourself a rabbit hole in government corruption. Every freaking day I wake up and here's a notification. Nate the lawyer puts out a new video on government corruption. The Illinois cases that you're covering right now. What the heck is going on in that state?
It's Illinois, man. It's either them or Louisiana. Who's more corrupt? That's the race.
Yo, it's funny. I get stopped in the store now, which is crazy. I get stopped at all like the supermarket. I go play poker. I get stopped in there, and everybody's talking about that same freaking story. The Dalton mayor. I don't know if you guys have seen it, but the mayor from Illinois who's essentially taking over the town, and it's like insane. It's totally insane. But it's unfortunately she's a diversity hire. And well, you said how? So she was 4 years before she became mayor. She was breaking in the cars. She somehow got elected to the town board because it's a small town, and they just we're going to make her the first female mayor. So she gets in and she hires an ex-boyfriend who happens to be a sex offender that spent 24 years in prison for the violent blank of underage girl. She hires him, gives him a badge, and gives him carte blanche to go into people's houses. Then
that ends badly.
Seems like a questionable choice, I have to say.
Then the town is like in $2 million in a surplus. She rapes them into $2 million, like $5 million in debt. So they try to, to rein in her spending, and she locked the city council out so they can't meet.
Physically locked them out of the town. Yeah.
Yeah, so they can't meet. Then she goes on these lavish trips to Las Vegas, and then it's really all insane. There's so much going on that every video, but I'm not the only content creator doing videos. Mine just like the last one was like 800,000 views, but it's just like,
damn,
everything's going insane. Yeah, because people have just like when you see it all in once, then it's like, oh my god, yeah, it's crazy.
I've watched, and honestly, I've been watching them when you turn them out because it's like, oh no, what is it now? What is it now? Because it's something more. Just when you think that you're going to reach the end of it, now she's got a car. The lease is being paid for by the town. It's like a luxury vehicle. She locked the town council out. Like, my God, the audacity.
And it's straight up. She's just straight up corrupt with it.
Maybe making her the mayor wasn't the greatest decision. Maybe not so much with just first woman mayor because we can. Maybe that was a bad call.
Didn't they try to recall her and that failed?
They tried to recall her, but because Illinois is a process state, so in most other states you can recall a public official because it's in the state's constitution. Illinois doesn't have that, so at the local level you have to kind of make it up. So Illinois' constitution forces you to, it's a procedure then effect. So you have to kind of lay out the procedure in one vote. Then after that procedure is approved, then you can have a vote to execute the procedure. They tried to do it. So in this particular case, they put there was no procedure in place to vote to remove the mayor. So they so you have to have a vote to say we're gonna have this authority to remove the mayor. But in that same election, they also had the vote. Well, if you want to remove the mayor, then do you vote to remove the mayor? So the Illinois Supreme Court said, well, the appellate court said, you can't do it in the same election. You first have to establish the process, and then 6 months later have the vote to actually remove the person. So
California
now
did that a while back, and they got bit by the same bug.
Yeah, but they changed it. They changed it now where you can do it both in the same election. Because the last governor's election, they actually did it in the same election. But I think it's because it's pretty routine in California. But Illinois, you can't do it. It's unconstitutional.
Yeah, I've got to catch up on some super chats, and then I want to get to the J Hatch motion about juror number 1. Nate, I hope you brushed up on any of the take care of Maya stuff since the verdict.
No, I watched some uncivil law stuff, so I'm going to be learning with you guys.
Of course you have, because it's the best place to watch the content.
It's a great place to watch content. This is gonna be fun to explain, but let me get caught up on some of these. Canonical Heat, thank you very much. It's never too early to hit the like and subscribe. Yes, guys, if you are watching 2,600 of you right now, please hit that like button. It's really easy. Just click. And then if you like the content, hit subscribe. It's fun. We're working our way up to some 200. I lost track of everything towards the end of the year, but that's life. Little notification bell is pretty cool too. It is. It lets you know when we're streaming. Professor of Logic, thanks for gifting a membership. Time Lords, thanks for gifting membership. Time Lords, you're a mod. Why are you gifting? Okay. Baby steps. I want to wish Rob Mischief and Mini Mischiefs in the chat a happy new year. May 2024 be even better year for all. It's been a pretty cool year for me. Lady Drake, 10 memberships. Thank you very much. Phoenix Fire, happy Friday. Happy Friday to you. Sarah Bellum, good riddance 2023. Hoping for a really awesome 2024 for everyone. I think that message is really important. Nancy Robbins, thank you for 20 gifted memberships. Courtney Michelle, 20 gifted memberships. Sarah Bellum for more gifted memberships. Thank you, guys. It's really pretty cool. I got to do members only. Apparently, I'm reading Lumber and Law. Liz McFall, what a great year in law. Happy day, y'all. Thank you, Liz. Happy Hippie, gifted 10 memberships. Thank you. Jen O, thank you. Getting over the Christmas flu. Oh, no. My cousin's ankle biters kindly gifted me. So it's a shot of NyQuil with a water chaser in Tampa. get better soon. Those little kids are petri dishes. Just everyone survive the holidays, and January is going to be everyone taking medicine. Braxton Heaps, did you see that the full GTA V source code was leaked on Christmas? Ooh, I didn't
Yeah.
see that.
The
In
guy
part due to the
responsible
team.
turned out. There's actually an interesting story. I covered it on my Thursday night Thunderdome episode. The guy who was responsible for doing it was a relatively young kid. I forget exactly how old he is, but he's been determined by the UK courts to be mentally unwell, and he's currently being held indefinitely in a secure facility for mental health.
Is that the guy who they gave him like access to something briefly and he managed to?
Well, no, it's interesting too because he's like hacking. Apparently he's so autistic, they found him being mentally incompetent to stand trial, I guess, and so he's being treated. But it turned out that while he was facing, so initially he released like the videos, like these video segments and images that he had hacked into. So this was a couple months ago where he got these videos and images that were from Rockstar and pulled them out. And while he was awaiting trial for that, they removed his laptop, and apparently, according to police, somehow using an Amazon Fire Stick, a hotel TV, and his phone, he was able to hack back in to Rockstar, get access to their internal messaging system, and then get access from there into their source code to pull it all back out to release it.
Get DOD, find him, give him a job.
They
Yeah.
won't.
A Fire Stick, a TV, and a phone.
Give this dude a job. Wow. That's impressive. I've got a bunch of
Yeah.
other ones. Here's one that I'm going to hit because I've got a bunch. I'm going to save them. They're all starred. I'm going to get to them when I can. I want to get through content first. Elizabeth Love, starting as a legal assistant in family law firm in January. Any tips for me? I don't bring the work home with you. Do not bring the work home with you. You will
Especially
be
do not bring the work home with you in the sense of
physically,
like client
yes,
money.
Correct. Yes. Emotionally, don't bring the work home with you. Right. There's a lot of stuff that we deal with that's really sensitive. That's you don't like reading the emails. You don't like seeing the text messages. Don't let that impact your day-to-day life, and try your very hardest not to get jaded. We need good family law practitioners. We need good family law legal assistants and paralegals. I have one of the best paralegals that is a lifesaver and a rock star. And I don't know, I couldn't do the work that I do without her. So keep your head up, work hard. You got it. It is fun. It is fun doing that work because you do impact a lot of lives in a very, very, very important way. So do that. All right, let's do this because I don't see any of the questions on those particular contents. Hang on, Michelle Ritchie. I wanted to pull that up because I saw you made a chat real quick. Let me see. Where was it? I'm going to pull this one up. Michelle, previous chat, 3-month-old granddaughter code blue. Okay now. Husband of 38 years, fluid on the heart and lungs, and 15-year-old dog needs to be put to sleep. Thank you for having this tonight. We're going to try and laugh. And, I know this is a really hard time for you to go through right now. Keep your head up. Prayers for a very swift recovery for all involved. We can still laugh. Laughter is sometimes the best way of going about some of the difficult things that we have in life. With that note, let's go ahead and swoop to something that's going to make, I don't know, laugh or scream. I'm not sure. We're going to figure it out, but let's swoop. God, I love Kurt's swoop face every time.
That was actually
Nate also made a
like
great
an actual
expression.
swoop. That like kind of shocked me. I was like, oh wow, there was like a swoop there.
You haven't seen that?
This is like not even a joke. This is like crazy. I'm like,
Oh wait, I have a different swoop.
This is so awesome. I gotta steal these swoops. I gotta start swooping. I'm like, no, where am I been? This is like so great.
Yeah, unicorn swoop. It's a cat riding a unicorn. It just is what it is. You know what? We just go with it. We don't ask questions.
I'm stealing one of these swoops, man. I'm sorry. Swoop away.
You can try. So
yes, taking care of Maya. Tell me the truth, Johns Hopkins. Speak truth to me. Maybe for the first time in your
So,
lives.
if we're keeping track, so the Take Care of Maya case, Take Care of Maya Kowalski was awarded $261 million judgment against Johns Hopkins All Children's Hospital, $211 million in compensatory, $50 million in punitive damages. That was the jury's verdict. The judgment has not yet been entered yet because there's a bunch of post-trial motions before the judgment gets entered.
Well, can
Jay
I
Hatch is, go ahead.
just want to ask one question? It seems a little excessive from what I'm understanding the case is. Is that a lot of that pain and suffering money, or because
Wrongful death.
A wrongful death? Okay, but still, it's like
It probably is a little
lot
excessive,
of
but
money,
there's
Right,
there's a
what
lot of
would-
screw you money in there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it sounds like a lot. It sounds really it's more punitive than the compensatory. It's
Yeah.
just an observation. I'm not sure.
Here's the thing, when you have an expert witness that quantifies it and the jury says we go with the expert witness, it's difficult to get that remitted
Yeah.
down.
Yeah,
It doesn't particularly help that Johns Hopkins didn't provide any numbers of their own. Because
Yeah.
Maya's team was like, well, we want $100 an hour for 8 hours a day for this many years, and therefore it's this number. And Johns Hopkins is like, just do what you think is right. Well,
They basically said $0. And I have on good information that the settlement offer that was relayed prior to trial was laughable. So
I mean,
but
Johns Hopkins has thought this whole time through, and it's very clear through their behavior that they have thought that they were absolutely in the right for everything that they've done. And they still don't see that, like, jurors who are watching this and going, we literally hate you.
Yeah.
Fucking horror show.
So Jay Hatch has a bee in their bonnet, and the bee in their bonnet is the jury. One juror in particular, because there was a juror in this particular case, and the juror's wife, while the
who
juror
may
was
live with him. He
in
may
panel,
live with his wife.
they might not have been living in the same home during a lot of
They
the
don't
time 'cause there
communicate
was
by
an
letter.
RV. The juror's wife was watching the trial,
Hmm.
which you're allowed to do. I've
Yeah.
basically given the example of if I walk into Fairfax County Circuit Court and Mischief Manager, my fiance, is on a jury, or I know that she's tasked for jury duty, you better believe I'm going to walk into that courtroom and I'm going to sit my ass down if I see her in the jury box. And if someone were to ask me,
When my wife had jury duty, I didn't go watch.
oh no, I'm watching and I'm laughing because I'm watching and I'm laughing and I'm giving commentary. Because if I'm watching that happen and if she's in the jury box and I see a witness on the stand, someone asked me, what do you think the jury perceived of that particular witness? I said, well, that juror right there, that's my fiance. And I can tell you she didn't like it. How did I say that? Does it mean that I was communicating with her? No, it just means I know her and I know what she's going to perceive from this particular witness. There's nothing wrong with that. And then I'm also free in my free time during this particular trial to go out publicly and make comments about what I observed in the courtroom that day. And I can opine on my fiance's responses to the various witnesses that were testifying. I can give that opinion. It doesn't mean that she's talking to me. And you know what would happen? We would get home at the end of the day, we would have dinner, and we wouldn't say a damn word about the trial. We wouldn't, because I
You
respect
can, but I don't know that I would.
I wouldn't.
That's
So
But
juror number one is retired law enforcement.
He's
Go
a
ahead.
soldier. He's a soldier. Juror number one's a soldier. If he's retired law enforcement, it's not saying nothing to nobody. They train
Yeah.
very,
No.
very much about that.
Exactly. Retired law enforcement knows one of the first things we always talk about it. Cops are professional witnesses.
Yes.
They know the rules. They know what they can say. They know what they can't say. They know the rules.
And so do I.
So the verdict gets entered, and then Reddit goes nuts. And Reddit is furious that this juror's wife is on the internet. And lo and behold,
well, to be
after
fair,
the
some of the
jury-
people on Reddit.
That's true. After the jury returns their verdict, juror number one, who, and I'm imagining how this happened. Juror number one goes home after the verdict is entered, says, you can talk about it, looks at his wife, who's been chomping at the bit to discuss this, and says, tell me everything. And the wife goes, oh my God, there's this internet commentary. There's people on YouTube that have been watching the trial. They predicted things he was, and just goes off. And the juror says, oh, this is really cool. I'll check it out. And the juror goes on and sees the commentary and says, "Hey, I'm available." And Reddit sees this and cries foul. And they say, "Oh my God, nefarious, nefarious." So they,
notorious.
yeah, J Hatch files a motion seeking a juror interview. They don't just want a juror interview, they want a juror interview and they want a forensic expert to have access to the juror's phone, the juror's wife's phone, and they were willing to concede that perhaps that would get filed under seal and reviewed in camera.
Well, you got two issues with that, though. You get the marital privilege, which how would you overcome that if they're actually married? They can honestly talk about, because they can talk about anything between them, right?
That's a very good question.
It's a good question.
But I don't think just her being a juror would overcome that, because that's the reason why you have the marital privilege. So you should be able to talk about certain things that you're not able to talk to with other people. So I've seen that problem before in New York, and which is interesting because they kind of protect that relationship. Because let's say if you see something traumatic in court, the law kind of presumes the person you're going to talk to is your significant other about that particular thing. So they want to protect, or even a therapist. So even though it's true, you can't just talk to anybody. If you go talk to your priest or your therapist about it, or your significant other who you're married to, that's generally protected and is kind of the exception to that rule. I don't, but again, I'm not sure if that's in this jurisdiction, but some jurisdictions treat it that way.
The caveat to this is that the court has the court has a legitimate interest in protecting its own orders, and privilege exists to the extent that you're seeking. I will say that absolute privilege exists when there's criminal ramifications. We are and Kurt disagrees, we're in like this little questionable thing. And I think Judge Carroll made the wrong call, but did the CYA call, the cover your ass call, on we're going to grant the interview. And I have a prediction of what that interview is going to be, because Carroll lays out an order that says we're going to do the interview. I'm going to ask the questions. You can submit proposed questions. I will be the one that chooses what questions are being asked. And my prediction is basically Judge Carroll sits up there and says, did you follow my instructions? Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
Bye.
Yeah.
J Hatch was very, very, very upset with
They
Judge
wanted to do a
Carroll's
full
rule.
cross.
They wanted everything.
They did.
And so much that they filed a second supplement, which I think this is technically
they don't know how to take yes for an answer.
They don't. And they don't know how to count either, because I think this is their third supplement to their motion for new trial based on
I'm pretty sure you're right.
Motion for juror interview, motion to open discovery and evidence of juror misconduct, and emergency motion to preserve the evidence. So defendant J Hatch, we know who they are, files a second supplement, I think it's third, to the motion for new trial. A copy of a note to the court sent by juror number 1 on or about October 12th during the trial of the above styled cause, and shortly after, excerpts of Sally Smith's deposition testimony were published to the jury, and it's attached as Exhibit A. I don't have the exhibits, but we see the note later. An excerpt from the website of Simon Wiesenthal Center documenting the appearance of a uniform badge on the Nazi German Schustaffel, the SS, is attached to Exhibit B. It'll be noted that in Exhibit A, juror number 1 has printed the letter S throughout the note normally with a curve in the spine, except, all caps, that he printed his S with sharp angles when printing Dr. Sally Smith's name.
I'll show you sharp angles.
Both the second and third times that juror number 1 prints Sally Smith's name, the letter S is shaped in a manner identical to the symbol of the SS. Printing the first letter of Dr. Sally Smith's first and last name in this manner makes clear, I don't know if we agree with that's what it does, that juror number 1's bias and prejudice against Dr. Smith and thus defendant, equating Dr. Smith with a notorious Yahtzee organization. In addition, juror number 1, this is a pleading.
Fishing, but it's a fishing expedition. That's all this
Oh, yeah.
is. It's literally a fishing expedition.
Haven't we already read all this before?
This is a recap of it. Wait, is this?
They're
this
like,
is the
we
one.
would very
Wait,
much
hang on.
like to catch a trout, please.
No, hang on. Can I pull the right one up? Give me 1 sec.
Yeah, how much bait are they going to put on this hook? It's like it's obvious what they're doing.
What's the date on this thing?
Hang on. Oh, here it is. Nope.
Yeah.
Sorry. Motion for reconsider. This is the new one.
Oh, okay, yeah.
But
I was
let
like,
me
that
just
seems-
Motion for reconsideration.
let's just break this down. Their probable cause or their reasonable suspicion is the way she writes her, or this juror writes their essay.
Yes.
Their
That was
reasonable
their
suspicion
second
is
supplement.
wishes and dreams.
Like
That
this,
was their
this is
second
the definition of a phishing.
It came
Yeah.
it came straight from Reddit. Like straight from Reddit. Like the Reddit board, the Reddit forum literally gave them this argument and they put it into a motion. They argued it. The judge says, "Where'd you get it from?" And Shapiro goes, We received it from a third party. Uh-huh.
And he didn't ask any
Oh.
follow-up questions, which was slightly annoying.
I know.
Yeah, I mean,
This-
if I'm the judge, I would have been like, third party. Name? Like,
Yeah.
details, please?
Here we are. We're on the right document. This one's the one that was filed today at 3:07. Motion for reconsideration of the scope of the juror interview. Defendant J. Hatch files this motion for reconsideration of the court's December 20th order granting a limited interview of juror number 1, which is going to be conducted on January 3rd. The scope of the interview must be expanded because 1, defendant's supplemental evidence of juror misconduct, including juror number 1's material false statements on his jury form, is timely and requires inquiry. 2,
We had this discussion.
we have the interview's current scope would inadequately investigate the potential misconduct. And 3, defendant has learned of additional improper communication between juror number 1's wife, plaintiff's counsel, and the jurors. Emphasis added on jurors that require additional inquiry. Although the prospect of starting over with a new trial is understandably frustrating, this court, quote, cannot and must not sacrifice the integrity of the jury process in the name of expediency. See, I wonder if that quote is taken perhaps out of context.
I wonder.
They haven't done it before. Facts and procedural history related to juror number 1. Juror number 1 was the first to arrive at the courthouse for jury selection in this highly publicized case. Really? That seems like an assertion that you would have some backing to.
I mean, it's
can-
literally juror number 1, so I guess it must be true.
Well, I guess. He completed Sarasota County's prospective juror questionnaire falsely, answering that neither he nor a member of his, quote, immediate family has ever been, emphasis added, the victim of a crime. During voir dire, juror number 1 clarified another answer by saying that he had never been charged with a crime, but his, quote, stepson had been. Well, that looks like you had the opportunity to ask follow-up questions and didn't.
They also failed to ask any follow-up questions or disqualify people who had indicated yes to that.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah. Like Jay Hatch, when we were going through this trial and juror number 1 through the questions kind of revealed that he was former law enforcement, my jaw, I think, hit the floor. I said, you let former law enforcement on the jury? And then it turns out he's Eastern European. You're going, you let an Eastern European former law enforcement on the jury where Beata Kowalski, a Polish immigrant, is the what? So, yeah. Going on.
I mean, nobody's ever accused him of having a lick of sense. So
it's pretty bad. He did not correct his earlier misstatement to explain that he and his wife had been the victims of one of his stepson's crime. Why? You asked him a direct question. He gave you a direct answer. He doesn't have to go further. He answered no further questions. Were any asked of him? I think that this statement right here, that sentence, begs the obvious question. I think this way that's structured kind of gives you the answer. Neither plaintiffs nor defendant moved to strike juror number 1 for cause or used peremptory challenge to strike him, or apparently asked him any follow-up questions about the charge against his stepson. Placed in the jury and eventually served as foreperson. Throughout the trial, juror number 1 asked questions reflecting clear pro-plaintiffs and anti-defendant bias and demonstrating that he had already formed conclusions about liability in the case. I disagree.
Look, Johns Hopkins, I hate to be the one to break this to you, but juror 1 is just not that into you. I'm sorry, but this whole jilted would-be lover routine is getting really tired. I mean, I understand that you want to persevere past that first no and you want to really try and put it down, but at some point it just becomes pathetic, and we have long since passed that point. He's just not that into you. Let it go.
Yeah. So, accordingly, on November 2nd, before the jury deliberations began, that's important for the preservation issues, defendant moved to disqualify juror number 1. When the motion was filed, defendant was unaware of juror number one's wife's pro-plaintiff online activity, or that juror number one's wife has attended court just 3 days prior and sat with plaintiff's personal friend and advocate. See, they keep changing who Jules is. Of course, had defendant been aware of these facts, it would have alerted the court in its motion. Here's the other thing. You know who else was online in active communities discussing the trial? Ethan Shapiro's wife. So presumably someone knew or saw it. After November 6th hearing on the motion, plaintiff's counsel initially agreed to swap juror number 1 with an alternate before asking to consult with Mr. Kowalski on the decision. No, he didn't. He was waffling on it. After speaking with his client, plaintiff's counsel returned to the bench and told the court that Mr. Kowalski, quote, feels more comfortable with juror number 1. His client's right. Why are you reading more into those words? Had defendant note of juror number 1's wife's earlier presence at the courtroom and friendship with plaintiff's advocate. It's really kind of a joke. Counsel would have moved the court to ask Jack Kowalski if he knew of juror number 1's wife's presence or had any contact with her. Questions that still need to be answered. He
probably had some contact with her, yes.
You don't get the answers to these questions. I'm sorry, you don't get the answers to these questions. If a party in a lawsuit is in court and learns that one of the jurors in the bench or in the box has a friend or family member in the gallery, it is absolutely their right to ask that family member or friend, hey, what do you think your husband thinks of the witnesses? That's actually just good lawyering. Because what people don't understand, when these jurors are seated, jury consultants go out and find out everything about these jurors. The good ones do in big trials. So they know what type of toothpaste they enjoy, what type of food they like to eat, where they eat, their family's economic status. It is good lawyering to do that. The court denied the motion, ruling that juror number 1's questions were not biased and he had not come up with any final or fixed opinion on the case. I love that they quote the court on this. That's a good way to get your motion denied. Within 15 days of the jury's $250 million verdict in plaintiff's favor, defendant moved for a new trial on several issues, including the alleged misconduct of juror number 1. The motion detailed extensive information learned about juror number 1 and his wife, including that during trial, his wife sought out and befriended a woman named Jules, an outspoken plaintiff's advocate who, according to her social media posts, communicated regularly with the Kowalskis and advocated for them in person and online. Okay.
And therefore,
there's no there.
And therefore,
you're requiring me to make a jump.
Is Jules, I mean, again, assuming the premise, is Jules not allowed to communicate with the Kowalskis or advocate for them? Do I miss a memo?
Yeah. I mean, Jules, who's in the chat, she's here. So
yeah,
it's kind of ridiculous. Yeah. She's allowed to have it. She's allowed
Members of the public are allowed to have all sorts of opinions and are allowed to attend trial.
And they're allowed to communicate with people in the trial. They just can't communicate.
And they're allowed to be part of the anti-mob community if that what makes them happy. I mean, freedom of speech does apply to everyone.
And that's actually kind of funny. So they're actually allowed to try and communicate with it. They shouldn't, but they're allowed to make efforts at communicating with anyone in that courtroom. Doesn't matter. They're allowed to. Heck, if I'm in a courtroom, I'd be very curious to hear and talk to the witnesses and people that are there. Juror Rowe's wife shared her personal contact information with Jules, exchanged messages with her. So on October 30th, sat next to her and chatted with her in the courtroom during their trial when her husband sat as an impaneled juror. So what?
So now we want to ask her what communications. Well, the problem is that the next step is we want to violate a privilege.
Relevant information generated by members of the public, aka Reddit. The extraordinary public attention to this case continues to generate highly relevant evidence.
That's
would-
kind of impossible
I
because the
would.
evidentiary phase is over, but never mind.
Discovery's closed, evidentiary phase is over, the phones that disappeared can't be recovered. All of these things are they're in the past, they're done. I would think that if I found that a phone existed, I would say that's highly relevant, but I can't do anything about it because that ship has sailed. Besides broad media coverage, the case has internet, quote, super fans across the globe who spend hours each day not only watching the trial online and discussing it in the chat rooms, but also searching publicly available dockets and poring over documents.
As we're doing right now on the
Internet's
stream
gonna internet.
as we speak.
Are we super fans?
No, I kind of started covering this case with a fair bit of skepticism and just I didn't realize that Hopkins was.
I was pretty skeptical for a long time,
I
as I
was
was
until
during Johnny Depp. So hey,
until I saw that what hospital is doing, I was just shaking my head, going, "What are you doing here?" Many, like Jules, are pro plaintiff, while others.
why is
believe
Jules
the
suddenly getting
hospital-
scare quotes? What's that about?
I don't know. The same reason why they scare quoted me. They said Rob, quote unquote Rob, like that's not my real name.
His name is
Didn't
Rob.
they also in the last motion they said quote unquote a lawyer himself?
No, they didn't
So-
say quote unquote lawyer. They did not do
Oh, no,
that. They were more respectful
did
than
say
that.
it was- that's correct. They just put my name in quotes.
Yeah. Which I thought
many,
was
like-
very nice of them to not be so disrespectful.
And they included the hyperlinks to my videos, which I thought was courteous as well. Many
Like,
like
comment, and
Jules, are
subscribe.
plaintiff, while others believe the hospital had been treated unfairly. Oh no. A number of these super fans have apparently reached out to counsel on both sides. You don't say.
It's a public trial. People are going to have opinions, and to some degree, I understand the pro Johns Hopkins point of view because at least they have a very public reputation of being a leading hospital. Although some of that is now being brought into question by the fact that Johns Hopkins, even in Baltimore, apparently received an IJ, which isn't really good. But their reputation has been one of a leading hospital that's does generally good work, leading work, and a reputable place. And a lot of people have donated to it. And so I think, there's a lot of investment in Johns Hopkins by a lot of people. So, I think you can also be critical of the jury for the amount of money they awarded, because you could be reasonably critical that the amounts are high. I think there's giving the devil its due.
Yeah. And I think you can also kind of basically say that J Hatch perhaps has a pretty significant lobbying interest.
That too.
So, yeah. And yeah, I wanted to reach out. Yes, I reached out to the attorneys. Yes, I had dinner with the attorneys. I'm allowed to talk to them after the trial. And what you guys might not understand is that a lot of it is just talking shop. I'm very curious about how they dealt with that trial, what was going on. And you know what? They didn't know of our existence for a lot of it. Well, some of them did during the trial, which was smart. The court. Go ahead.
I was just going to ask just a quick question. So none of this stuff happened during the trial. The wife, with the whole numbers and all that stuff, all this stuff is happening after the trial.
No. So the wife had contact information with Jules. They were talking to each other. The wife of juror number 1 was showing up in the recap chats, commenting on what she was reviewing in the recaps.
It's see, I'm kind of of two minds about this now, because I'm like, what the hell's the wife doing? Like, she couldn't just keep it quiet until after the trial. Like, even though she has the right to do all this,
yes,
it's just like
that's
it's starting to get ridiculous now. Like, what the hell are you doing? You're getting the woman's phone number and all this stuff. Like, come on.
I think that's the question. Is like it goes into, but you can't make rules based on speculation.
Yeah. Good point.
And apparently Jules is saying she never said she was the wife. Interesting.
Yeah. I mean, why would she? I mean, but yeah, fair enough.
She never disclosed that she was the wife. Interesting. So, yeah. The court, understandably wanting to affirm the parties' counsel are not, quote, deputizing the internet community to do indirectly that which an attorney is expressly prohibited to do directly, as pointed to counsel.
Are they going to accuse Maya's team of deputizing us? Is that where this is going?
That
They're
seems to be
going to
what they're
accuse.
getting to, yeah.
They're going to accuse
Wow.
Maya's team of contacting the jury,
Wow. Okay. Well, yeah. Okay.
which prohibits attorneys from initiating direct or indirect post-trial communication with jurors.
Ooh, that's
You
dirty.
see this? This one, initiating.
Mm-hmm.
That one little word should have a really big bold and italics there.
They have to cause it. They have to cause
They
it
have
to
to-
occur.
Exactly.
That's
To be-
don't pull that trigger unless you're sure you've got it, because
And now here's where we get to some of the rub. To be clear, no one of the defendant's team has ever initiated contact with these helpful members of the public. You mean the fucking people you called people to bus stop? Oh my God. You, Howard Hunter, are such a piece of shit.
sorry, I didn't hear the full word. A piece of what was that?
The unicorn foam ball.
Howard Hunter and Ethan Shapiro, who are in email exchanges talking about the jurors, as you can't really help what 6 people at a bus stop are going to do.
Yeah.
And now in a pleading, oh God, I want to see the response filed by Greg Anderson. Greg, if you are watching this,
Yeah.
Nick,
Are
if
they-
you're watching
yeah.
this, fire and brimstone on this part right here.
Are they helpful
Please.
members of the public, or are they supposed to bus stop people, man?
With these
Oof.
helpful members of the public, initiated contact directly or indirectly with the jurors, or asked anyone to take any action with that the attorneys could not ethically or legally take themselves.
Man, I'm not 100% sure about that. Some of your comments to the Reddit people about keep digging and keep supplying us information. I'm not 100% sure I'd agree with that characterization, counselor.
Members of the defense team have, however, received unsolicited communication from members of the public. Gee, like me
Again,
saying,
I'm not
hey,
sure I go so far as to say unsolicited, given some of their comments in the past regarding Reddit and stuff, but okay.
oh my God. All right. I need Kurt, can you take over reading for a second? I need a second. I'm gonna
Sure,
go.
but I can't scroll, so he's gonna have to scroll for me. Runkle, can you scroll for me?
I don't know if I can scroll. Let me check if I can scroll. I
Do you
cannot
have
scroll.
admin rights? Okay, well then we're gonna have a real problem here. All right. In addition to the unsolicited threats and insults, members of the defense team have received unsolicited ? And highly relevant information discovered by the members of the public who studied the trial. The unusual dynamic of this case does not make the information any less relevant that have been discovered by the attorneys themselves. Sure. Nor is the information untimely or waived if it's produced as soonly as practical in advance of the ruling of post-trial. No, I'm not sure that's how that works, because again, in these things you have discovery, there's processes, right? You have discovery, that time period lapses, you go to trial, that time period lapses, you have to make your motion. You can't be like, wait, we just discovered new magical evidence that came in. We just need to present that now because we just found it out just now. That's a thing you do in, Law and Order TV show, not in the real world, man.
Well, and also, it's not just that you didn't discover it; it's that through due diligence, you could have.
That too.
Yeah.
That too. If it is
Correct.
relevant and sustained, it must be considered. Oh,
So
no.
let me give you the hypothetical I gave with regard to jury consultants. So Jay had spent a ton of money on lawyers, millions of dollars on lawyers. That defense team was stacked full of attorneys that have bar numbers that are well older than mine or anyone else's, and significant trial experience. What Jay Hatch apparently didn't do was spend a lot of money on a good jury consultant team, because Jay Hatch,
I wouldn't assume that they didn't.
Well, I don't
mean-
know, but if you have a good jury consultant or a jury consultant team, they would have done digging on this. They had the opportunity. They knew who the jurors were. They had the opportunity to discover a lot of this information. I think tons of this, almost all of this, I think is waived.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's not like they can say, "Hey, listen, we were short on money to investigate this."
Fair. Very fair. Or time. You had 5 years.
A lot of which caused by them delaying. If it's relevant and substantiated, it must be considered. The extraordinary public interest in the case has prompted 3 defense supplements.
Just because there's 3 of them doesn't make them any better.
I want a pre-filing injunction. God, man, this is ridiculous now. It's getting ridiculous.
Yeah, that's pretty wild.
First supplement. RE, undisclosed 2002 child abuse accusations, and the judge highlighted 20 years ago. And Juror number 1's social media post. 5 days after Juror number 1 motion was filed, defendant supplemented the motion with more evidence.
This isn't new information. You've already told us this before.
I know. Defendant learned that in Juror 2002, Juror number 1 was accused by a former spouse of domestic violence and child abuse. Well, as a domestic relations practitioner, I will tell you that that accusation, standing by itself, doesn't mean anything. It is just shade. And it's pretty shitty that you would throw this in there because you know you can't get the unsealed documents because they're sealed because it's domestic proceeding. So you have no idea what resulted. Given the circumstances of the case where both sides have been accused of child abuse, Juror number 1 was obligated to disclose that incident on the supplemental jury questionnaire. You see, I really would have put a footnote or some other meat on this statement. What obligated him to disclose the substance of that? What in that questionnaire said, explain and describe the specific event that resulted in your stepson, or I don't know. The first supplement also pointed to jurors with post-verdict postings on social media, including a post where he intimates that defense counsel and Johns Hopkins Children's Hospital are immoral and evil. He's allowed to think that. He was watching the evidence. Am I wrong?
This is post-trial?
Yes.
I mean, post-trial, it's an allowable conclusion.
And I'm pretty sure the punitive damages thing resulted, or the punitive damages were awarded because they found that the conduct was intentional. And
Yes.
if the conduct was intentional, the person who engaged in the conduct deserves to be punished, which is the punitive damages award, which means that he's completely justified in concluding that they're immoral or evil.
This is showing the verdict was consistent with this.
That's
Yes.
what it is.
Yeah.
The second
That's
supplement.
the opposite
here
of
you
what
go.
you're looking for.
Yeah, here you go, Nate. This is the one you're going to like. Second supplement, RE, Juror number 1's inexplicable use of the SS insignia for Sally Smith. Well, that's a hell of a sentence. Still more evidence of Juror number 1's pre-verdict bias came to defendant's attention before the December 15th hearing by Reddit, leading defendant to file a second supplement to the Juror number 1 motion on December 7th. Defendant was alerted to a note written by Juror number 1 on October 12th in which he inexplicably drew the S's in Sally Smith's name markedly different than every other S in that note and all previous
We've
notes.
been through this before. They already told you no. We've
Oh,
been
but-
through this.
But Kurt, this one's
we heard you
highlighted.
we heard you the first time.
But they highlighted it. Look, this you got the highlights on this one. Will the jury be able to observe?
Do you
Oh,
think the
caps.
problem was that we weren't able to observe it the first time? Do you think we're just that stupid?
I don't know. Observe Sally Smith as a live witness or by Zoom during these proceedings because they had seen her deposition, which was a freaking nightmare. I reviewed those depots with Spidey. I broke down her different statements. They were horrendous.
And
I don't
not for
think you could
nothing,
be
but
more
the
unlikable.
capitals and the Sally Smith S's are the only capital S's.
Are we able to be told, A, as there appears to be probable cause of improper actions by/of Sally Smith in her assigned role at J Hatch, was she, quote, written up or, quote, coached? See, that's a juror that just watched the depots. B, is Sally Smith still performing duties at J Hatch? Again, the juror was,
We've been through this.
Given the similarity of the S's to the Nazis' SS lightning
We've been
bolts,
through this, J Hatch.
and in light of Journal's post-verdict post calling J Hatch evil and tyrannical.
The thing is
you said evil and immoral. You didn't say tyrannical.
They know they've won or they've lost by winning. And that's the problem that they're facing.
Yeah.
Like they're going to get their juror interview, but the judge is going to do the juror interview. They're not going to get to cross-examine on that.
Yeah.
So
this is crying, kicking, screaming like a petulant child, which is what Howard Hunter
The whacking stick. My kingdom for the whacking stick.
He's a petulant child. An infant that was a playground bully that doesn't know how to take a loss. Defendant believed that juror number one was.
I'm going to have a ceremonial mace in my courtroom, and on sometimes it's not going to be so ceremonial.
I was going to say I would have an unceremonial mace.
I want you know what I want. Judge Carroll, do you want a Nerf gun? Do you want a Nerf gun? Because we can just point it right at. Every time they start talking, just Nerf gun and extra points for headshots. I don't know. Oh. I'm scrolling up.
Make it make sense. Make it make sense. Make it make sense.
Isn't J Hatch proving that the point that they're evil with these motions? Yeah. Nate, you also didn't catch. So the first time they filed the motion regarding the juror number one, they included his name, his wife's name, and the address in the public filing. Their residential.
Of course they did. Of course they did. Right.
And then they were like, whoopsie, we made the mistake. We're going to go ahead and file a supplement that just replaces that and redacts it.
After what was it, 7 days or something?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
It seems like juror number one has a nice little core beef to beef with the other side.
I would have thought so, but apparently the judge doesn't seem it that way. My irritation level grows.
But this goes to what Ian said. They're kicking and screaming because the judge is appeal proofing the hell out of this case. He's like, you want a jury interview? Fine.
You get an interview, but we're not going to let you do because what they want to do is beat him up, throw things in his face, challenge him, and hopefully get him to say something that they can use.
Yeah.
Instead, they're going to get the basic questions of, you heard my instructions? Yes.
Did you follow
my instructions? Yes. Did you communicate with any person about this against my instructions? No. Okay, that settles that. Moving on.
You're excused. Goodbye.
Yeah.
Defendant believed that juror number one was analogizing Sally Smith to Nazis in the middle of the trial after repeatedly instructed not to form an opinion until after receiving all evidence. Wait, hang on. Given the similarity of the S's, defendant believed that he was analogizing Sally Smith to the Nazis in the middle of trial. Oh, okay. So that's referring back.
Oh, you are so reaching. I want 5 minutes alone in a room with these attorneys. That's what I want at my Christmas.
Well, Mary, I mean, this Howard Hunter, God, it's a weird thing. Third supplement, RE undisclosed 2016.
Many lawyers enter, one lawyer leaves. Who will win? Tune in to watch.
Well, Howard Hunter has bad back, so you know that.
Excellent.
A few days before December 15th hearing, so we have a third supplement. Defendant learned of yet another material misstatement that juror number one made on his jury form. He provided information to the court at the hearing and subsequently filed a third supplement to the juror number one motion. Defendant did. On the jury questionnaire, juror number one said that neither he nor any member of his immediate family had ever been the victim of a crime. In January 2016, however, juror number one and his wife, apparently before they were married, called the Charlotte County Police and reported that juror number one's wife's son had repeatedly threatened to kill them. They both indicated that they wished to press charges and believed the threats were credible. Okay. All right.
I was told that somebody wanted to see the stick of enlightenment.
Oh, there's the stick of enlightenment. The stick of decapitation. Juror number one applied for and received an injunction for protection against repeat violence in the 12th Judicial Circuit.
True Crime Junkie, if you've got that, I would love to see that that information. Shoot me an email, runkleofthebailey@gmail.com.
Oh, and I just saw Jules's comment here. Wait till Rob gets the questions that the defense wants to ask. I saw one of them.
Okay.
I'm
How
there.
on a
I'm
scale
going to
of
be
1 to 10, how much shit am I going to lose?
This has got to be great. This has got to be great.
all.
It's gotta
You're
be
gonna
good.
lose all of your shit.
This has got to be so good.
So
I'm just gonna get my liquor bottle. Just start to get it ready.
Well-
Sip it right out of the bottle.
little baby sips because we have a lot to get through.
This is gonna be so great. I don't know what you guys got me into, but now I'm hooked. I'm here. Oh my god, this is gonna be fantastic.
Attached to juror number one's petition for the injunction was an 11-page document detailing juror number one's stepson's criminal history, his threats against juror number one and his wife, explaining why juror number one believed that his wife's son was planning to carry out his threats. It's a protective order petition. Yes, it's sealed. We don't know what the result of that was. We don't know how much the factual basis was. We don't know anything other than what he attached as an affidavit. Congratulations. I think that's why the judge is saying, I can ask this question of this was excluded. Did it have any impact on your ruling here? No. In July of 2016, under Section 836.10 Florida statutes, stepson pleaded no contest to making a threat to kill or do bodily harm to juror number one's wife and received a probationary sentence. It was a plea deal, probation. It happens in juvenile court all the time. Because the events all took place in Charlotte County, defense counsel earlier searches for local databases did not reveal this improperly withheld information. Okay, so now the judge gets to ask whether this had any impact. Also, my question is, when you found out that the stepson was criminally charged in the past and you didn't ask follow-up questions, like what the charge was, when you knew that family was an issue here, I have a problem with that. The court ordered limited interview in Florida Rule of Professional Conduct 4-3.5D4. On December 20th, the court issued an order granting a limited interview of juror number one. The court ruled that defense allegations contained in the second and third supplements of the juror number one motion were waived because although the motion was filed within 15 days of the verdict, the supplements were not. Then why are you rehashing them? Hold up. Wait a second. The judge issued a ruling that said, no, you cannot use the allegations in the second and third supplements because you didn't make them within a timely manner. Yet you're rehashing them as the basis for this motion to reconsider. So you just disregarded the court's order? Cool. The court further noted the interview of juror number one would be
surprising at this point
to 4 topics. The 4 topics of the interview are: 1, whether juror number one received or shared information about the subject matter of the trial through outside sources, including his spouse. Okay, so did you follow my instructions? Yes. Whether juror number one conducted an investigation about the subject matter of the trial. Did you receive outside information or seek out outside information? No. 3, juror number one's knowledge of Deborah Salisbury, if any, when he completed the questionnaire. Deborah Salisbury was a witness that was never called.
She makes a good steak.
4, whether juror number one had undisclosed opinion about DCF or any other entity, and to what extent juror number one and DCF were involved in the domestic violence case described in defense for supplemental motion. This is the only one I think that the judge has any curiosity about. Like, you didn't disclose it. Tell me about what happened, and did it have any impact on your ruling, your decision here? The court also expressed concern that that counsel was, quote, deputizing an internet community to do indirectly that which an attorney is expressly prohibited to do directly. You mean like
the
yeah,
things that you said where you're like, hey, Reddit friends, we really appreciate what you're doing. Please give us more things. We really appreciate your help.
Or, for example, filing your motion with the juror's full name and residential address and, maybe knowing that was going to be publicly disseminated to that Reddit community with the juror's full name, wife's name, and residential address. Like that conduct?
Because they knew Reddit was keen. So they're like, hey, here's where you can go to, find out all the information you want to find out.
Which prohibits attorneys from initiating direct or indirect post-trial communication with the jurors. presumably doxing them as well. As will be sworn to in forthcoming affidavits, none of defendant's counsel have initiated communication with juror directly or indirectly and have not encouraged or solicited members of the public to do so. I don't think they'd want to talk to you anyways. Plaintiffs apparently cannot make the same representation. See, that's a sentence that you better back up. This is one of those responses that I would write and then put away and then come back to and revise, because the first draft would have a lot of 4-letter words in it. As described in argument section C, defendant has learned that post-trial, a note was delivered from juror number one's wife to the jurors and alternate jurors, providing Nick Whitney's cell phone number and delivering a message from Nick Whitney to the jurors. You better have more than just some speculation. That's now impugning the character of counsel. The note also contained juror number one's wife's contact information, Jack Kowalski's contact info, and a list of YouTube commentators that followed the trial. And a final admonition from Nick Whitney advising that, quote, as the case is on appeal, be careful what is said to the media. Again, go back to the very beginning. The note was delivered from juror number one's wife to the jurors. This is their allegation. This is the note. The note reads as follows. They were kind enough to redact this one. Jackasses. We have been given phone numbers of those who might wish to contact. We have been given phone numbers of those you might wish to contact, and they have all said they would love to hear from you. I'm on that list. I made it very clear in public statements after the verdict was read that, yeah, if you want to get in touch with me, here's my communication. I'm allowed to do that. I didn't seek them out.
And even if you had, you weren't doing it at the direction of any of the counsel in this case. So who cares?
1, Jack Kowalski gives his phone number, etc. 2, Nick Whitney, here's his cell phone number. Well, gee, I have Nick's cell phone number. I actually texted him earlier today. It was kind of funny. The text I sent to him was as follows. I sent him a text message that said, Nick, I heard your name the other day in a random conversation. Therefore, I'd like to schedule a deposition. Please confirm your availability and inform whether you require a subpoena to attend. He laughed.
You could have simplified it and just said like first message, what, and then second message, the F.
That followed later. Nick Whitney, cell phone, please express our overwhelming gratitude for having delivered justice for Maya, Beata, Jack, and Kyle. All the jurors fulfilled their solemn duty, and we are forever in their debt. Because juror number one's wife and said, is there anything, he wants to talk to you? Is there anything that you'd like to say in response? That's not him seeking out. Yolanda Elenial, that's the wife, cell phone number and email. Be glad. Oh, but they didn't write that's her first name or her name. Good, cool. Glad to text the links or help anyone access the links. Great links to follow the trial and lawyer recaps. These are all in YouTube. I don't know why YouTube's in quotes. You can search for their names.
That's a really uncommon name. I'm sure she's really hard to track down. With that super common name, there's got to be what, like 40, 50 of that in the phone book?
Recovery Addict has the entire trial go to his playlist. Law and Lumber recaps. Thank you. Megan Fox recaps. Lawyer recaps. Uncivil Law recaps. Attorney Melanie Little recaps. Joe Corcoran.
I'm feeling left out.
Well,
I didn't comment that much on it during the trial, but
as the case is on, quote, appeal, be careful what is said to the media per Nick Whitney. Okay. I said the same thing because I knew that Jay Hatch was going to go searching for any sentence, take it out of context, and play this game of fuck around and find out. Like the SS shit. I knew when the day the verdict came out and juror number one popped in the chat. He says he wants to talk. Well, Jay Hatch has already pulled some fuckery. So maybe just sit tight for a bit. And it wasn't because anything that I saw in him communicating with the public was wrong or bad or shouldn't be done. It was that Jay Hatch had already engaged in fuckery and had indicated that they were prone to doing that, i.e., disappearing cell phones, iCloud data, and witnesses that became unavailable. And he just figured that if a statement was made, they'd find some way to take it out of context.
I hope the judge
And
delivers some fine
file a
notary.
bullshit motion. Argument. The totality of the circumstances here compels a meaningful and much broader investigation. Uphold the integrity of the jury process and the right to a fair trial. Fuck off, Jay Hatch. I'm sorry. That was really
Accurate. He stands by it.
You know who's messing with the jury system? A hospital that is filing motions trying to get the cell phone of a juror and his wife, which I imagine has some very private communications about topics that are not this trial, and kind of suggesting to all future jurors that, hey, if you end up on a trial, we might go for your cell phones. Are you fucking kidding me? You're now telling the court that you need to go further to preserve the integrity of the jury system that you seem to be intent on undermining.
I already mentioned that if I was juror number 1 right now, I'm spending a whole bunch of time taking pictures of my taint. Just being like, okay, you want my phone? Here you go. It'll be like, okay, let's find all the horrible things we can put on this phone.
The evidence of misconduct raised in defendant's supplements to the motion relating to juror number 1 is not waived and must be addressed in the interview. Oh, this is your reconsideration. You're trying to reconsider that. Okay, fine, fair. Further, additional questions listed below in section B, oh God almighty, should be put to juror number 1 to adequately investigate the allegations of juror misconduct. Oh, this is going to be bad. Finally, juror number 1's wife and plaintiff's counsel must be asked under oath about the post-trial note delivered to the jurors and alternate jurors and its quoted message from plaintiff's counsel, Nick Whitney jurors. Okay, hang on. Where is Nick's quote? Where? Oh, this one. Please express our overwhelming gratitude. You know, you could have pulled that from a damn public statement. No.
When did Joe start his channel? I'm seeing in the chat a very good point.
What?
Well, because they say you can follow Joe Corcoran on YouTube.
Yeah, Dr. Joe.
When did he start his channel?
After the trial.
How long after?
Like the 2 days.
So the jurors couldn't have been sitting in court to be passed a note at that point.
Yeah.
So what the heck? Why does this note have his name on it?
Oh, Nicholas,
if this is supposedly handed to them in court, if this is supposedly handed to the jurors in court, how does it have Joe's name on it for the channel?
It's a good question.
And you guys, I'm aware Nicholas is in the chat, Danny on Direct is in the chat, and EDB in the chat. I've got four lawyers on stream right now. Any more, and I'm not ending the stream in 5 hours.
You're not ending it anyway.
It's one of those things where it's a time management thing. It is not disrespect to any of the lawyers who are in the chat. MLS Law I saw in there earlier. Law Talk with Mike. These are all very good friends. I very much enjoy their commentary, but I've got to make sure that
it's not that big a deal, Rob. All you have to do is keep the trains on time.
I'm bad at that. I started the stream almost an hour late anyways. In the court's view, defendant waived the ability to request inquiry into the facts set forth in the third supplement because the supplement was filed more than 15 days after the verdict. Isn't that what the law says? The court found the request for inquiry regarding the facts in the second supplement waived, both because the supplement was filed over 15 days post-verdict, and because defendant had a copy of the notes in question before the verdict was entered. Yes. Respectfully, this court's ruling on waiver is legally incorrect. Oh, this is going to go over well. These motions always go over really well. With respect to the court's ruling, the jury note issued is waived because the defendant failed to raise it prior to the verdict. It is unreasonable to expect that the defendant would be able to scrutinize handwriting irregularities and juror notes in the midst of a 7-week trial. You
Why?
mean when you had
You had the staff
full-time
for it.
paralegals behind you, you had a full fucking bench of lawyers, you had lawyers that were in the first row behind you, you had a legal team that was bigger than the
And
damn
you're
O.J.
literally-
Simpson defense team.
You were literally also bringing an application about juror number 1. Why would you
Mid-trial.
not have? Why would you not have like reviewed all of those things? Like no kidding, you would have checked this. Oh my god.
Furthermore, until the extent of juror number 1's pro-plaintiff, anti-defendant bias came to light, the meaning and context of the Nazi symbolism used in the October 12th note was nearly impossible to appreciate. Are you
Because Reddit hadn't told you yet.
fucking kidding me?
I like the sort of acknowledgement that their entire bench of lawyers and paralegals and all the money of the world is apparently inferior to Reddit. That's good.
It is. Niklas, I didn't see this. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, friend. And 1-year anniversary as a content creator. Happy birthday and 1-year anniversary.
It's his channel's birthday. No, I don't think it's his birthday. It's his channel's birthday.
Oh, it's channel's birthday. Happy channel birthday.
Happy channel
channel
birthday. I'm
birthday.
sorry I couldn't make it on earlier. It's been a day. I probably need to step out at this point, so Rob might get finished on time.
You jumping off?
But what's that? Yeah, and it's been a bit of a. I got some rough news today, so thank you for helping keep me distracted. But
I'm sorry, buddy.
yeah.
Well, if you ever need to talk about it, Ian, you know where to reach me. I'm always available for you, man.
Right now I'm just enjoying a good glass, and it'll be a bit. But anyway, thank you guys, and see you soon.
Thank you,
Thank
Ian.
you,
Congrats
man.
again. Can't wait for
Feel
later
better,
in
bro.
January.
Cheers.
Oh, that sucks.
Shall we go on? Oh God.
Well, Danny and Emily, what is this going to be? Chat monsters? They're not coming in.
I haven't sent invites out. Nate, you were a lucky one that came in early and got an invite.
I am the blessed one.
I have. Remember that one panel when Boozy sued you, or when you sued Boozy, or when Boozy was going off on that, and we had like 10 of us on.
Yeah, it's just hard. It's hard to manage.
I can't do that. My ADHD is bad enough as it is. Emily says that she's a chat gremlin tonight. Yep. Okay. The court itself has not suggested that it noticed the altered first letters of Sally Smith's name when the juror's note was considered by the court and counsel at the bench. If this court had observed these versions of Dr. Smith's name at that time, it would have been impossible for the court to rule on November 6th that it had not seen anything in my mind that would remotely come to me to get to the conclusion that he has prejudged anything in the case. You mean based on the way he wrote his letters? All right, so go ahead. And
I appreciate you putting words in the court's mouth. I'm sure they really appreciate it too.
And that was what I was going to say. I appreciate you basically saying the court could not have possibly made that conclusion. Because I'm pretty sure Judge Carroll's going to be like, no, I kind of could have. Simply put, there's no evidentiary basis in the record to find that defendant made a knowing waiver of the right to use this evidence to challenge a juror who was prejudging the case because it did not immediately appreciate the significance of a juror's altered handwriting in one of hundreds of jury questions. That's called being a lawyer. If you don't catch it, you don't catch it.
Yeah.
In terms of, go ahead.
No, I'm just saying, like, I've known cases where it's literally one guy, one man law firm or whatever the situation is, and the courts don't let that slide. It's like, well, you missed it. It's too bad. So you have all the resources in the world. It's like, it's not going to fly either.
Yeah. It is wild. Hey, Danny. Glad to see you. Thanks for folding laundry and hanging out. Nicholas. Nighty night. I've been wasting for the last 4 hours.
Now
Rob,
I feel
love
like my wife is like was gonna put kids to bed, but I got
can
5
jump
minutes.
off.
So I want to hear, but I actually want to hear a little bit
Okay,
more.
we'll get to the questions. We'll get to the
I
questions.
am being a bad husband tonight because I'm choosing violence right now. So when I go to that bed, it's going to be violence.
We will get to the questions. We will find a way for you to go to bed and say, "Oh my God, honey, you will not fucking believe what was just asked." Okay. Defendant's juror number 1 motion was filed on November 22nd, 13 days after the verdict, blah, 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 identifies it, and then they try to supplement to get that in. No, this is bullshit. Nothing in the rule prevents a party from supplementing a timely filed motion. You don't get to just add and pile on. I'm sorry, you don't get to just keep on digging a hole that you want to bury yourself in. Post-trial investigation. We're not going to reconsider that. No. Similarly, the 4th District Court of Appeals pointed that common deadlines for filing a motion for a jury interview and for filing a motion for new trial as proof that the rules contemplate that under normal circumstances, inquiries into juror misconduct will be concluded by the time post-trial motions are determined. Okay, so these are because you need to get to the judgment. The case is done. The reason the deadlines exist is the case is done. You don't get to relitigate things a million times over. You don't get to constantly renew your motions and do all this bullshit. The case is done. You lost. Judgment entered. Move on to the appeal. Good cause for delay.
I'm surprised the judge is entertaining any of this stuff, to be honest.
Well, we don't know whether he is or not. This was filed today. We
do know because he's entertained everything coming up this far, so you know he is. Because the judge doesn't have big huevos.
So we want judge reconsider your motion. No, see you later. Where was it here? Wait, hang on. Juror number 1 affirmatively declared that neither he nor any member of his immediate family had ever been a victim of a crime. See, that's a question the judge gets to ask. In reality, around the same time as the underlying facts in this case, juror number 1 and his wife were reported to police. They were victims of repeated and violent threats by a family member whom they suspected suffering from mental illness. That family member was charged in an offense and ultimately pleaded nolo contendere, receiving a term of probation. The family member does not share juror number 1's last name. Oh, God, man, you got to be kidding me. Due diligence.
It was an Alfred.
It's an Alfred plea. It basically says, I plead that you have facts sufficient.
Yeah.
All right. The current scope of the interview is insufficient to investigate the alleged misconduct. Even plaintiff's counsel has conceded that if juror 1 is simply asked whether he improperly shared information with his wife, he will simply repeat the denials that he made before and during trial. Because it's under oath.
So that's all pointless.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yes.
It's pointless.
He's
Exactly.
just report what you said before. That's great.
You put him under oath. He's under oath. He answered the question. You don't get to impeach the credibility of a juror. An interview that contains only questions about direct communications and shared information will yield no useful information and reveal nothing about whether he engaged in misconduct. No, it just doesn't let you go on a fishing expedition.
It's pointless.
Given the strength of the evidence,
Thank you for saying what I think. The whole thing is pointless and also reprehensible and baseless, and you guys are demon spawn.
Given the strength of the evidence, you and I
into the evidence again.
Very different.
Wasn't they say that all the evil needs to prevail
means.
is good men to do nothing? I'm looking at you, Judge Carroll.
Easy, Kurt. Still practicing lawyer. Don't get me in trouble.
I'm licensed. Come after me.
They omitted multiple pieces of material evidence on the juror form, harbored a pro-plaintiff bias, yada, yada. You think that's evidence. I don't think it's shit. In order to adequately investigate the evidence of juror misconduct, defendant requests that the court ask the following questions and appropriate follow-up questions. Here we go.
I'm so excited.
Spouse communication during trial. Please tell us your wife's name. Does she post?
They know that already.
Hippo lover.
Yeah,
she does.
Does she use a hippo as her avatar?
What
device does she use to access the internet and post online? No. Now I know where you're going with that. You want the device. Do you share a device with your spouse? If so, what? No. If either your device or hers or a shared device is static, i.e. a desktop monitor as opposed to a laptop, where in your home is it located? Are you fucking kidding me?
They're going all out.
Do you and your wife typically visit social media sites and post in a common area of the home? Living
Veranda.
room, family room, or veranda? That's a
Of
very
all the
random
examples they could
ask.
pick, they went with veranda.
Yeah. Living room, family room, or veranda.
What the
You know
hell
what,
are they
honey?
talking
You know
about?
what? You know what, honey? Tonight, for my reading of social media, I'm gonna retreat to the veranda. You can find me out there.
How about the smoking parlor? How about that?
The smoking parlor. Yeah, the
Yeah.
same parlor. The powder room. Is the powder room shared? Is there a bench in there? We request that the post attached to juror number one's motion be shown to juror number one and the following questions posed. Oh, now we're going to use exhibits and cross them with exhibits. Cool. Have you seen any of the attached posts? Which ones and when?
I'm sure he has at this point.
During the trial, were you aware that your wife was posting comments? Have you ever seen any of the posts made during trial? When? During trial, was there any communication between the two of you regarding her online activity related to this case, whether verbal or nonverbal?
Privilege.
Yeah, yeah. It'd be hard. It'd be hard for me to be able to let him answer that one.
Did you later learn that your wife was posting during trial? When? Were you ever present when she was watching live streams or videos, reading information, or posting online about this case, either before or during trial? Did you ever discuss your wife's post with her, either before, during, or after trial? After
If it's
trial?
after trial, who gives a damn?
What the? No. Fuck off. Did you express to her your approval of or agreement with any of her posts? When? After trial? Yeah, honey, you were right. That was what I was thinking. What? Were you aware at the time that she was paying to accelerate or enhance some of her posts? Oh, these are super chats.
Yes.
Oh, God. Oh,
And we want
my
to follow up on the
God.
knowledge informed payment use.
Oh.
Which exact credit card did you use? Is it a shared credit card? Does your husband look at the bills?
That
Did
is
he ask you what these
literally
supercharge payments were?
follow-up needed regard. Oh my God, they want the credit cards.
Yeah, this is a big time fishing expedition. I don't see how the judge is going to let this go. This doesn't make any sense. They have
Did
nothing.
you and your wife discuss the reference case before the trial? Well, you know that he
Well,
answered the jury questionnaire.
Why would they?
Mhm.
But all right. Didn't you already ask this incidentally during voir dire?
If she,
I mean-
yeah, this is voir dire. This is the questionnaire. Did you know if she posted regarding the reference case before trial? Did you post? That's voir dire. This is before trial. Were you
Not
aware
that I recall is going to be a very
before
good
trial
answer to a lot of these questions, by the way.
that she favored the plaintiffs? Did you? What? Spouse relationship with plaintiff's team. Oh shit! Really? How did it come about that your wife was in the courtroom during the trial?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Go
I'm sorry. Was I'm sorry? Was I responsible for keeping my wife? Was I responsible for her movements? Was I responsible for knowing where and when she would go? And was I a bad husband because I didn't give her permission and I allowed her to go? Wow.
Yeah,
You
but
know,
That's good shit, man.
Nate, what were you saying?
no, it's like that's irrelevant. Why she was? I don't know. It's like some of these questions don't seem even appropriate for what they're looking for. You don't have really any basis or foundation to really answer. If the FS is what's getting us to asking these questions, then I don't even know how the judge allows these questions to be asked because there's no foundation here for any of this stuff.
Here's the other thing: is if you get a summons for jury duty, you better believe I'm going to my spouse and saying, "Hey, honey, I got a summons for jury duty." Right?
But I just love the presumptiveness of this question. That's what I love. Women are not real people. Women are not real people. They are but servants at their husband / master's feet. And there's less sexism in a lot of these questions, and we've already seen that earlier too. It's like, man,
I need 1 second. Kurt, you can continue. You guys can continue reading the questions because these are
all right. Were you aware that she had plans to attend court? How did you become aware? When did you become aware? Were you aware of it? Were you aware of any communication between your wife and Jules during trial? Jules, You are you are really living in their head rent free. You are really living in their head rent free. Wow. Were you present during any such communications, whether verbal, nonverbal, or otherwise? If Jules and the wife were not communicating verbally, then what do you think they were doing exactly?
They were doing sign
Okay.
language. They were probably you know the little notes that we used to pass in
Yeah,
middle
yeah.
school.
With the folded up, thing, I used to know how to make that once. Yeah,
like the
yeah.
on
It's like, does he love me? Yes. Blue 3. Yeah.
Were you aware that your wife was meeting Jules during the trial?
What the F kind of
Why
question is this?
any of this relevant? Why does any of this go to anything?
Why are we so obsessed with Jules? Why are we so obsessed with Jules? How did Jules get into this thing? Keep your name out of her mouth, man. Damn.
Other way around, Kurt. You're so mad that you mixed the names up. Keep her name out of your mouth.
Yeah, you know, strike that, reverse that, as Willy Wonka would say.
Were
you aware of your wife's
presence?
presence in the courtroom?
Yeah, you could fucking see her.
Yeah, you can see her. Yeah.
Why'd you not disclose it? Was I supposed to?
What?
Did she communicate with Jules?
Did she?
Well, you already asked that
communicate with Jules
question.
While she was in the
Because you
courtroom?
already asked, were you present? Oh,
Wait,
you were present. Were you
how is he
present?
supposed to-
And now you're
how is he
asking,
supposed to know
did
this?
she communicate when
How's
you
he
weren't
supposed to know
present?
this?
Well, he's supposed to know everything his wife knows because husbands and wives communicate about everything, don't you know?
Oh,
And are not. You did you not get the memo about how you're supposed to treat your new wife to be? Did you not get the memo that she
You
is
share a
supposed to be?
brain?
She's supposed to be broken as a person in like a Stepford wife kind of way,
and can't
and
have any independent
she is
thought?
to be basically a porcelain doll that only acts at your will. Did you not get that memo about the proper way relationship between man and wife?
I did not, and I assume that Nate's wife also didn't, and Nate didn't get that because I think that if he were to go into the bedroom right now and say, "Hey, honey," he might not come out of the bedroom.
No, we're good. We're gonna be laughing about this one. This is gonna be good. This is gonna be good.
Did she communicate with any witnesses for the Kowalski? How would she know this?
Follow up as needed with questions regarding details of communication.
And to the extent he does know this, how would he know it in any other way other than his wife telling him, which gets back to the privilege problem?
And also, when did he learn about these things? Did she have any communication? This is going after her.
I have never on my channel. I have never said anything on my channel, nor anyone else's channel, that is this level of sexist. This is some hardcore sexism. This is really bad.
This is ridiculous. Dear sir, please answer questions for your spouse and as she stands accused. This is the fucking Salem witch trials.
Like she's a literal child. Like she's literally legally incompetent in the sense of being a minor or a ward of her husband.
Well, and listen,
are wives wards of their husbands now? Or how far back in time have we gone in law?
Let me pose the questions in the way that Kurt is hearing them, because I'm hearing them the same way. Dear juror number one, were you aware of what your wife was doing during this time? Did you condone that behavior? Would you like to explain your wife's conduct? Would you like to explain, how and what she knew?
Improper supervision, just like a child. Improper supervision.
Did you not admonish her when she was in the courtroom? Did you not tell her to stay away? Did you not?
Unbelievable.
Because the other thing is, here's the thing: juror number one would have arguably violated his oath by communicating with her at all, saying, "Hey, get out of the courtroom," or "Don't communicate." So this is a damned if you do, damned if you don't. This is the worst line of questioning. Oh, it gets better.
Okay.
Hi, Mrs. Nate, the lawyer.
Coming.
Did she have any communication? Did she have any communication during trial with any of the member of the Anderson Glenn law firm?
How would he know that?
God, Any person associated with their team. Oh my God.
How would he know that?
And then follow
How
up
would he
his
know
meeting with
that
questions.
except through communication from his wife? How would he know that?
When did your wife first communicate with Nick Whitney, Greg Anderson, Jennifer Anderson, or any member of the firm?
I
Are you
don't
fucking-
know. I don't know. I'm not my wife. I don't know.
When did you become aware of your wife's communication with Nick Whitney? Did you not reprimand her not to do that? Are you kidding me?
That
When did you first have
presupposes I'm aware now. And also
When did-
presupposes the communications in fact happened.
When did you first have contact with Greg Anderson, Nick Whitney, or Jen Anderson, or anyone from their law firm outside of courtroom? Follow up with as needed with questions regarding details of communication. No. When did you first have contact with Jules outside the courtroom?
How is Jules this much in their head? Someone has to
She-
explain to me in a way that makes
she-
sense.
Owns a part of Howard Hunter's brain.
How is Jules this involved in this? Who is Jules? I mean, I know the literal answer to the question I'm asking, but like, I mean, she's just a person. She's just
Yeah.
a person. Who do you think she is? What the hell?
I know, with how much time she spends in Howard Hunter's head, she could probably apply for what is it when you adverse possession of part of his brain?
Yeah. Adverse possession for sure. She's a squatter now.
This
When
this
did
is
you
literally
first
just
Yeah, go ahead, Nate. You got to jump.
no. I was just well, yeah. I'm about to go, but I'm saying all this is just literally just grasping at every straw possible. It's like how much more can you just waste the court's time with this? This is like really ridiculous. It's unbelievably bad. You guys were not joking when you guys said this was a crazy case. You guys were like, I was like, it can't be that bad. No, it is
Pretty bad.
It is not bad.
Well,
Yeah, it's pretty bad. It's pretty bad.
And the weaponizing of communities thing?
Yeah.
These questions are so egregious that these questions are undoubtedly like these are fodder for Reddit. Like every one of these questions is a question that is just feeding conspiracy theories in Reddit. Every single one.
And it's always, again, it's like you can't help but noticing that both Jules and the wife of Juror 1 are both women. So there's, again, that sort of misogyny thread. Like I tend to look for other explanations. I tend to not want to call that right away. But like when you read their things and you read what they think they did and all these communications and it's gossip. It's like they think that Jules and Juror 1's wife were involved in some sort of mean girls pack squad that
And you know what?
are going around and doing reputation destruction through rumors and innuendo. Next thing they're going to be telling each other about how Tommy, whose girlfriend is Cindy, is actually cheating on Cindy with Lulu and spreading rumors and gossip.
And Lulu was previously represented by one of the attorneys that was previously representing one of the parties in this case. And maybe they knew Kevin Bacon, and Kevin Bacon also knew the Kowalskis somehow, and therefore juror misconduct.
Listen, guys, with that said, let me go. This is insane. I'm still going to be watching on my phone. But listen, it's Happy New Year to you guys. If I don't, well, I'm probably going to be speaking to Kurt because I'm going to speak to him every day. Rob, if I don't speak to you before the New Year, Happy New Year. And Happy New Year to everyone in the chat, too. Emily, I haven't seen you in a while. Happy New Year. Happy New Year to you, too, Danny, and everyone else.
Yeah.
I can't start naming people individually because I'll be here all night. But I'll and again, I don't know. Like, I got like so many questions about this, but I'm still going to be listening. So you guys have a
January
good night,
3rd, my friend. January 3rd. Happy New Year, Nate.
Happy New Year, guys.
I like this super chat that just came in from Ian Parlor. Juror number 1, do you keep your woman in check? Yep,
Oh
that's
God.
about where we're at right now.
That's where,
about
that
right.
Is kind of
Yep.
where
Yep.
where these questions are right now.
Yep.
When did you first have contact with Dr. Richards outside the courtroom? When did you first have contact with Dr. Kirkpatrick outside the courtroom? Do you know Deborah Salisbury? If so, how and when did you first become aware of her? She did not testify in this case.
Yeah, so who cares?
She didn't testify. This is one of those that's completely immaterial. Let's say that hypothetically he did absolutely lie on his juror questionnaire about Deborah Salisbury. Hypothetically speaking, let's just follow this to its logical conclusion. I lied. Deborah Salisbury was a name that was provided to me, and I said I did not know her. She didn't testify. How is that supposed to impact his ability to assess the evidence as it's being presented in favor of one party or the other?
Yeah, and as we apparently now are under the belief, Deborah Salisbury might have been a lawyer, but it's not even clear that that's true, but might have been a lawyer for the wife in a prior domestic relation case that the now husband was not involved with. So, yeah. So the woman might have been one of the lawyers that represented her, but we're not sure, but at least on the law firm that represented the wife 20 years ago before the husband, now husband, knew his wife. So
And
probably doesn't know about her. Guessing.
She didn't testify. And the list of individuals that were presented to the potential jurors, they didn't say if they were witnesses for one party or the other. They literally just said, do you know these people? If you give me a list of names, do you know these people? I'm probably going to say probably not. Now, I have had this in trial before where the judge had seen my witness list, and when I put the witness on the stand, as the witness is testifying, the judge realizes the judge knows the witness. And the judge says, hang on. Now that I have heard you testify, I need to ask some additional questions. You know, were you this person at this location? Does your son go here at school? And the judge is like, oh no, I know this witness. I need to recuse myself. Because seeing a list of names on a paper without the substance of their testimony doesn't do anything. So this is just a. Did you have any contact with Deborah Salisbury for the trial, during trial, after trial? Did your wife have any contact with Deborah Salisbury before, during, or after trial? Follow up as needed regarding details of communication. Are you kidding me? Recently discovered additional evidence of misconduct requires additional inquiry. Defendant has recently learned that post-verdict, a number of jurors and alternate jurors met for dinner. A note from juror number one's wife was given to all the attendees. Okay. Jurors do that. They're not allowed to talk during the trial. They like to get to know each other. Well, they're allowed to talk, just not about the case.
Jay Hatch's lawyers can call me if they want. We'll do a stream together. It'll be great.
Oh, I would love to. Would love to. Howard Hunter, give me a call, man. Send me a message. Send me an email. I'll give you the interview. You want it? You want to talk with me for a bit? We can have a chat. I'll be civil. Promise.
I can't promise the same, so I'll let you have that one.
Yeah.
Those questions are dumb.
Teresa Morrow, check other court documents. She submitted an affidavit for the plaintiff. Teresa Morrow, if you're talking about Deborah Salisbury.
If they didn't know each other, probably sounds about right.
Plaintiff filed a motion with an affidavit from Deborah Salisbury. Can someone tell me that whether the Deborah Salisbury, this motion, was it something the juror would have any knowledge of, or is this post-verdict motion by the plaintiffs that reference an affidavit by Deborah Salisbury? Post-verdict. Everyone's saying post-verdict. Hang on. Let me see if I can't find this real quick. The
note provides contact information for Nick Whitney, plaintiff's counsel, as well as Jack Kowalski and juror number one's wife.
So what?
Top of note reads, we've been given these phone numbers of those you might wish to contact, and they all said they'd love to hear from you.
Yeah.
Next to Nick Whitney's cell phone number is the following message. Please express our overwhelming gratitude for having delivered justice for Maya, Beata, Jack, and Kyle. All the jurors fulfilled their solemn duty and were forever in their debt. After providing links to various YouTube commentators that followed and commented on the trial, the note concludes with the following message. As this case is on appeal, be careful what is said to the media. I mean, yeah. Beata's also a woman. Maya's also a woman. So maybe Johns Hopkins just has a problem with women. Maybe it's a sexism problem.
Wait a second. Hang on.
This
Deborah
lawyer is a
Salisbury.
woman that they're concerned about. Deborah Salisbury is a woman.
Yes,
Everyone they have problems with is a woman, except for juror 1.
hang on. Found the affidavit. They filed it this afternoon. Hang on. While we're on the topic of Deborah Salisbury, because we're Deborah Salisbury topic, let's do this. Before we move on from the Deborah Salisbury issue, this was filed by the plaintiffs this afternoon. This is notice of filing supplemental exhibits in support of response to defendant's post-trial motions. Okay. Exhibit A, affidavit. Comes now Deborah Salisbury upon her personal knowledge, oath, and affirmation, deposed and states as follows: a practicing attorney, sent forth since April 1993. Damn, that's experience. Affian has continuously remained a member of the Florida Bar in good standing for more than 30 years, despite practicing in difficult and confrontational area of law. Dude, family law practice for 30 years. I stand on my reputation as an officer of the court as to these circumstances. Oh, this is about to be,
Yeah.
When if
This
if
is
you
a
are putting
go
that,
F yourself affidavit.
Yep, because if I'm putting that sentence in affidavit, I stand on my reputation, officer of the court.
Yeah, this is a go F yourself affidavit.
I've been board certified in juvenile dependency law since 2018. As court may recall, I represented Jack Kowalski and at times the decedent Brianna Kowalski in the underlying shelter and dependency action brought by the Department of Children and Families in 2016-17. I've been deposed in the present case. On Friday, December 15th, I was present in the gallery in courtroom 2B of the South Sarasota County Courthouse when this matter was before this honorable court for oral argument on issues involving claims of misconduct by then so-called juror number 1 and his wife, Yolanda. At that time, at that date and time and place, defense attorney Ethan Shapiro represented to this court that the undersigned attorney, oh God, had represented juror number 1's wife in her prior divorce case. As an officer of this court, I bring this misrepresentation of the record to the court's attention.
Called a lie.
Oh shit.
Go for broke.
I herein state to the fullest extent of my knowledge of juror number 1 and or his wife prior to being in this court's courtroom and learning what I take to be an attack by the defense on my professional integrity personally as an attorney based on allegations as to juror number 1. Defense counsel erroneously and intentionally implied that I was involved in some wrongdoing via some prior knowledge or involvement, which never happened. Oh my God. Oh no! During 2007, I was court-appointed counsel to represent another individual involved in a family court case.
Mm-hmm.
Given the confidentiality rules regarding the disclosure of information, I am prohibited from identifying my client because they were a minor. Per the above, Yolanda Phelps attending a brief hearing, and although I may have seen her, she was represented by other counsel, and I in no way represented her. In this context, Ms. Phelps, as a petitioner, was more or less in opposition to my role. To represent in any fashion that I was counsel to Ms. Phelps or her current husband, Paul, now unfortunately for him, reduced to being juror number 1, is a misrepresentation. Oh, shit.
Yeah. This is lawyer for go F yourself. This is lawyer for go F yourself. Yeah.
Whether I was an attorney of record, I would have bolded that one, Deborah Salisbury. I would have bolded the an attorney and not just.
Whether as an attorney is objective fact confirmed, demonstrating I was never counsel anyone involved in this present case. Yep.
Least of all, juror number 1 or his present wife.
Yep.
I respectfully request that this court acknowledge in any orders issued out of this circumstance that I have completed my duties as an officer of the court by notifying the court of this intentional misrepresentation by defense counsel.
Yeah. Yep. Intentional misrepresentation. You could have just gone with lie, but you're trying to be polite.
God. Oh my God. If any effort to review the divorce case docket had been undertaken, let alone contacting me, as I would hope counsel would do, if nothing more than as a common courtesy, Defense counsel could have easily confirmed that the undersigned attorney was never counseled to, nor the attorney of record, or in any way the legal representative of juror number one's wife, previously known as Yolanda Phelps in the
You
divorce
didn't even
case.
have the common courtesy to call me and ask.
Holy shit.
You didn't have the common courtesy as a fellow member of the bar to even call me and ask.
Any review of the record or even the trial docket would show that neither party was represented by counsel. See Exhibit B. This fact could not be any clearer. Pause. I'm going to scroll very quickly to Exhibit B. Please be here. Oh, she attaches the transcript from the fucking hearing. Oh my God. This
Nice.
is. Where's Exhibit B? Come on, baby. Here, B.
Yeah, just the copy of the docket.
Docket sheet.
Yeah.
Attorney, none. Oh. This.
Yep. 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 She represented
Oh,
another party of interest.
Oh my God. Any review of the record, another party. The undersigned counsel has never represented juror number one's wife or juror number one in any capacity whatsoever at any time. Based on my best memory, the undersigned counsel has never even met juror number one. Further, I've never met juror number one, Paulino's wife, other than it's indicated herein.
Yeah. Mic
This.
drop. Mic drop.
Oh my
Yeah,
God.
that's a pretty big F you.
so
That's a pretty big F you. You didn't even do your bare minimum research. The docket clearly shows I didn't represent either of these people. And you didn't
It's-
even do the common courtesy of calling me before you splayed my name all over the page and brought me as a person who actually believes in my honor and reputation into disrepute. You didn't even do me the courtesy of asking. F you. Mic drop.
This sentence is one of my favorite sentences in any affidavit I think I've read in a long time. If any effort to review the divorce case docket had been undertaken, let alone contacting me as I would hope counsel would do, if nothing more than a common courtesy, defense counsel could have easily confirmed that the undersigned attorney was never counseled to, nor the attorney of record, or in any way the legal representative of juror number one's wife, previously known as Yolanda Phelps, in a divorce case.
Yeah. To which juror number one was not involved because it was a divorce of the prior husband several years before they met.
And she was, reading between the lines, she was the GAL for the child.
Yeah, that's the most likely thing. Guardian ad litem for the child. That's the most likely. Yeah, that's the most likely thing. I mean, who else would be a party of interest? The children in the divorce. So guardian ad litem. That's the most logical conclusion. Yeah. And that's because her role might be adverse to the mother's interest because
Or
she
both-
represents
or both parents'
or both
interests.
of them because she represents the child. So yeah, her client's interest, presumably the child, might have adverse interests to the
Who
mother.
also,
so that she's an opposing party.
And the other thing is Deborah Salisbury continuing the further reading between the lines. Deborah Salisbury, if appointed GAL for the child, who by everything that we have seen through these pleadings was suffering from some type of crisis at that time, right? The allegations, etc.
Mhm.
If Deborah Salisbury was representing the child who was in a complex situation in that child's life
Mhm.
and had to read all of the pleadings, inferring and implying malice on the part of the family when she was trying to do best by her client, who was a minor 20 years ago in a sealed proceeding,
Mm-hmm.
and seeing that dragged up by defense counsel
Mm-hmm.
with all types of inferences and implications,
Mm-hmm.
I would have my back up a bit too.
I'd be going ballistic. Yeah, I'd be going
That
ballistic.
affidavit. Holy shit. Ethan Shapiro for making the argument, because Ethan Shapiro made the argument in court, and she attached the transcript and cites the transcript where he makes the argument and states the facts to the judge, makes the representation to the judge, the affirmative representation. If I put affirmative representation to the court, if I make a statement to the court, I am putting my balls on a chopping block. I am saying, Judge, here, I am telling you on my word, this is the truth.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I want to go back to the questions about Deborah Salisbury. Do you know Deborah Salisbury? If so, how, when did you first become aware of her? Do you have contact with her during trial, after trial? Did your wife have any contact with? Wow. So Shapiro made the argument orally in court. Hunter made the argument in writing in pleadings. Both of them are on the hook for this, because when I make a statement to the court, I don't care if it's being made in writing or verbally. Both of them and both attorneys are under an obligation to make sure that what they're telling the court isn't bullshit.
And not for nothing, but I don't think either you or I would disparage another lawyer like this unless we had something a little bit more. Because
you
first
have
of
to
all,
go.
First of all, we have an ethical obligation just to not do it, period, because it brings the reputation of the profession disrepute. But I'm not going to go tarnish another lawyer's honor without, like, just in the first instance like this. Is so ridiculous to me.
Ruby, and I assume that's how it's pronounced. Lawyer says, F you doing a lawyer, who cares? Why the hysteria? Lawyers seem more and more like drama queens to me as time goes by. What I'm focusing on isn't the misrepresentation to the lawyers. Lawyers say shitty stuff to each other all the time. We do that all the time. It's when you tell the court something and you basically tell the court, Judge, you are making a ruling that has significant implication for various parties and individuals. You are adjudicating the rights of these people. I am telling you on my honor as an officer of this court that this is true. And if that happens to be false, and if you knew it was false, I'm not mad that you lied about me. I'm mad that you lied to the court and that you tried to sway the court, who is the impartial party, who is supposed to decide the fates of these parties. I'm mad about that.
I, as the court, should be able to depend on your representation.
You should, damn well. I mean,
if you lose that confidence, that's a real problem, man.
Look at the Chat GPT, where the lawyer put a full ass argument on a brief. Chat GPT was were the cases that were fake cases. The judge has to be able to rely on the lawyers. That is how the system works.
Of course.
So yes, lawyers get really pissed off because where this happens like once or twice, that throws the whole system into question. Because if a lawyer's lying
it's a blight on the profession. You're making us look bad.
Well, and it's making the judge's opinions look bad, because the judge at that point in time, you can judge the opinion, but if the opinion is made off of lies, the judge was ruling based on what the judge knew. This one, that affidavit is probably one of the spiciest things I have seen filed in this case.
And it's all warranted. It's all warranted. It could have been several levels spicier, and I still would have said it was okay. Because, like, I understand her outrage on a very visceral level. If this were me, I'd be pissed. Pissed.
And you better believe that she is going to be sitting front row in that fucking courtroom on the 3rd. She'll be
Yeah.
right there. And if she's been practicing for 30 years, I guarantee you Judge Carroll knows her face.
Yeah. Probably has an opinion about the lawyer, I'd imagine. No?
The note provides contact information for Nick Whitney, plaintiff's counsel, as well as Jack Kowalski and Jordan Rhodes' wife. Footnote 2. Defendant has redacted personal contact information from the note. Oh, you did on this one. Good for you, Jay Hatch. You did it right when it didn't matter. The top of the note reads, we've been given phone numbers of those you might wish to contact. You see how that reads? You might wish to contact, as in you don't have to. They're not contacting you. But if you wish to contact them, here's how you can.
Right.
And they've all said they would love to hear from you. Yeah. Next, the Nick Whitney cell phone number is the following message. Please express our overwhelming gratitude for having delivered justice for Maya, Beata, Jack, and Kyle. All the jurors fulfilled their solemn duty, and we are forever in their debt. That is not initiating contact. Plus, there's a hell of a lot of context missing there. And it's also quoted, but it's not actually Nick Whitney's words. So, after providing links to various YouTube commentators, the 2 on the screen included, that have followed and commented on the trial, the note concludes with the following message. Quote, as the case is on appeal, be careful what is said to media per Nick Whitney. Okay.
Yeah.
So that
I say this a lot. I say this a lot. And therefore what?
What?
I say that a lot on my channel. And therefore what? Jeez. Fuck.
What does this have to do with the price of tea in China? Nothing? No? But, Nick, please be the one making the argument. Like, you and Greg can, I know you and Greg are probably going to fight over it because I would want to be making this argument. No member of defendant's legal team has initiated communication with any of the jurors, either directly or indirectly. I would actually argue that putting their contact information on blast is indirect initiated communication. Nor has any member of the defense legal team attempted to deputize. Oh, I would very much refute this.
I don't agree with that. Again, they said some things about we love Reddit. Reddit's great. Please keep looking Reddit. We love you. I'm not so sure about that one. Defense lawyers.
And I'm not sure that the defense lawyers didn't, perhaps maybe send their motion with the contact information of the juror, unredacted. I tried very hard to give the benefit of the doubt to all of the attorneys in this case, and I had my criticisms of all involved. I've laughed about my criticisms of Nick Whitney and Greg Anderson to Greg Anderson and Nick Whitney, and we get a big laugh out of it.
Yeah, because you're doing exactly what we almost hope that we would do. It's like we hope and trust that other members of the profession are going to be honorable. And so it's very natural that you and me went perhaps somewhat out of our way to exclude more nefarious interpretations, because it's like, we want to believe in our brethren.
Yeah.
And that's one of the reasons I'm so pissed, incidentally, the judge granted this juror 1 interview, because it kind of kills any sort of ethics complaint in the foot, where he should have sent it along to the ethics board and been like, this is some bullshit, and sanctioned them, because no one's going to stop them because they're behaving not as the profession demands. And I don't like it very much. It doesn't do much for those of us who want to be honorable.
No, but you did get the Deborah Salisbury affidavit out of it. So.
Yeah, but she's pissed too. And she has every right to be pissed.
She is pissed. But the thing is, let's say Judge Carroll denies the interview, right? Denies the interview. The allegations and shade just stand out there in the ether. They're
It's going to
there.
do.
and
That's the thing. That's the thing,
It's
Rob.
going
Where
to. Yes, I know that.
this is the thing where I sharply depart with you.
Yeah,
Because, like, yes,
fair.
if juror number one invokes privilege, if the judge doesn't do it, then sure, then you're right. You know, adverse inferences and all the rest of it. Where I don't think you're giving enough credit to the other end of the equation is if he does everything they want to do, it's
I know.
still not going to stop. That's the problem. It doesn't stop. If the judge gives them everything they want, if juror one cooperates all the way, if he asks all the questions, it never stops. They're still going to be complaining.
Yep.
So there's no reason to do it because there's no
And-
advantage.
And Kurt, I agree with you on that. This is if you give a mouse a cookie. And they are demonstrating that you gave them a cookie. Now they want the glass of milk.
Yeah.
Now they want the bedtime story. They want all of it. They want the house.
This is why I so sharply disagreed with you about the whole juror
no.
one taking privilege thing, because
Keep
I'm
in
like,
mind.
it just doesn't matter. It just doesn't
Because
matter.
they're gonna
He cooperates or
keep
doesn't
digging.
cooperate. It doesn't matter from his point of view.
This just needs to be over.
Yeah.
It just needs to be over. It needs to be done. The judgment needs to be entered. That $50,000 a week needs to start accruing in interest. It just needs to be done.
Yeah.
With this one, you know what's kind of funny about this? They filed the motion to reconsider, which opens the door by legal request to reconsider. The judge is not limited to the constraints of what their prayer for relief is. The judge can say, you have asked me to reconsider my ruling, and I have reconsidered my ruling, and my reconsideration is that juror number one, you can walk out of that courtroom right now. He's not going to do it. It'd be funny.
The judges, plural, should have been reining this in long ago.
Howard Hunter's.
I am a very, very grumpy uncivil.
It's fine. That's fair.
Because it's such, at least to my mind, it's such a far deviation from the way it's supposed to be. I'm
Yes.
getting pissed.
Yep. And I have, yes, you're right. And I have unfortunately been practicing in trial courts long enough that I'm jaded in this regard.
Yeah. Well, fair
And
enough.
that's what it is. I'm jaded in this regard. So when I don't express the same outrage, I'll tell you what, 10 years ago,
It's
I did.
because you've seen so many other outrages that are equally outrageous or more outrageous.
10
Yeah.
years ago, I did. I expressed the same outrage. I'm just jaded. People are yelling at me, footnote one.
I don't remember.
What did I
footnote
miss
one
in
being,
footnote one? Footnote one was not that significant. Footnote one was, it
Yeah,
was
I
that they're
remember
going
being
to submit
important.
affidavits. It was this. Due to the holidays and previously scheduled travel plans, trial counsel does not provide supporting affidavits concurrently with the filing of this motion, but will submit before the January 3rd hearing.
Yeah, whatever. Yeah, I don't know. The footnote one is.
It's not that
interesting,
pertinent. It basically says that, like, look, he was on vacation. He couldn't submit the affidavit. Fine.
but he could submit the motion.
I mean, it's a notary thing. I'm not bothered by that. I'm bothered by everything else in this fucking motion. Oh, we're not done. Oh shit. We're not done. Oh no, we're not done. Oh no.
Oh no. Do I have to get a glass? Oh Lord.
The note
Okay.
demands further inquiry, not just from juror one, but also juror one's wife, plaintiff's count. Oh God. You want to put plaintiff's counsel under oath. And Jack Kowalski. Fuck off. No. You want to put one of the party opponents after a verdict? In addition to the question in section B above, defendant requests the court ask the following questions regarding the note delivered to the jurors. Questions to juror number one. Have you ever seen the attached note? Did your wife deliver this note directly or indirectly to any of your colleagues on the jury? To whom specifically did, again, have you been checking up on your wife? Do you know where she is? Do you know what she's doing?
What notes are they referring to at this point?
This one. This one.
Oh, okay. All right, fine. All right, fair enough. Carry on.
Did your wife discuss the content of this note with Nick Whitney or Greg Anderson or anyone from their office? Again,
How would he know?
Do you know what your wife has been up to? Do you know what your wife has done behind your back? Or did you not reprimand her? Did you not keep her in control? Was your wife asked to send the attached note to the jury alternates? By whom? What was the response? Who responded?
So now you want to know what his wife knew from someone else. Okay. Heard it from a friend who heard it from a friend who heard it from another. You've been messing around. Dun, dun, dun.
Question for juror number one's wife. Have you? Oh,
Oh, well, we're getting juror number one's wife here too?
No.
We're getting juror number one's wife involved?
She is not under subpoena. She is not a party to the litigation.
Well, we can always add her, right? I mean, well, no, actually, that's not true, Rob. That's not true, because the mere act of subpoenaing the husband automatically subpoenas the wife, because she's, mere prop. It's basically a subpoena ducis tedum. Subpoena ducis tedum. Bring yourself and also bring the thing with you.
Yes.
Also, in this case, the thing is your wife.
Yes. Because she's not allowed to have any independent thought, or she's not allowed any independent action, because she is a trained house pet that what she's doing at all times, right? And when they do the wrong thing, you rub their nose in it. I said, by the way, not marital advice. Do not do that. Any of those things that will end you up talking to me in not a good way. No. But yeah, so I guess the subpoena to the husband automatically assumes that the wife is going to be in tow. And why not? Let's put her under oath. She's not a party to litigation. She did not subject herself to, any of this. Oh my God. This is.
Did you type the attached note or ask someone to type it for you? Woof. Woof. Are you capable of typing? I like this. Are you capable of typing? Woof.
No, Kurt.
Maybe you can be a secretary.
Kurt,
if you work your way up, doll, you can work your way up to a secretary for some powerful executive somewhere.
You have to think like Howard Hunter. The women were in the typing pool. That was where we put the women folk.
When Sandra Day O'Connor applied for one of her first jobs, they're like, we don't hire women, but how's your typing? Because maybe you could be a secretary for one of the lawyers.
Side note, a small aside, I am taking remarkably more and more offense to this. I was raised by two badass women, like my mom and Yadira, my Niñera, who raised me. My dad was also a badass, but my mom ran the fucking show. My mom was a fucking senior vice president partner at Bechtel. She was the first female to do it with a bachelor's degree in engineering. Yadira emigrated to this country from Panama when she was 18 years old and held me as a baby at 21 and raised me and educated me. I have been around badass women. This is becoming increasingly disgusting to read.
Yeah.
So we're gonna ask the. Oh yeah, and I call my mom and Yadira, I call them Mom 1 and Mom A, because they're both first in my book.
Aww.
Yeah.
Double
Questions
first
for the
billing.
wife.
How nice.
Oh, I'm so mad. Question for the wife. Have you ever seen the attached note? Did you type the attached note? Someone type did you deliver the note to any member of the jury or any alternate? To whom specifically did you deliver it to? When? Fuck all the way off. Like, find a nice tall cliff and take a stroll, perhaps blindfolded. I'm not sure. Did anyone ask or suggest directly or indirectly that you deliver the note to the jurors? Who and when? Did you ever speak to Nick Whitney or Greg Anderson? No. Now fuck all the way off. Or anyone from their office about the note or its contents? If so, what were the specifics of the conversation? It's actually possible for Nick Whitney or Greg Anderson to be counsel for the wife. There's no conflict.
Yeah, sure. Yeah.
So, just saying, I'm counsel, attorney-client privilege. Go bye-bye. Dude, you the marital privilege thing? Imagine doubling that up with attorney-client privilege. Were Nick Whitney or Greg Anderson or anyone from their office aware of the note either before or after you delivered it to the jurors? Oh, now we're going to speculate on the minds of Nick Whitney or Greg Anderson. When did they learn of the note? Oh, we're going even further. And
Were
what,
they
if any, was their response?
were they in control of their women?
Yep.
On a scale of 1 to 10, how much in control of your woman are you, Rob? How good of a future husband are you? Is she completely bent to your will yet?
There's a reason she's mischief manager, because she manages the fuck out of me. Yep. Nope. I am not. That is not a control dynamic. We don't do that game. Nope. That's not how relationships work. No. And I can tell you right now, having spoken to Jen Anderson on several occasions, Greg Anderson, well, one, I don't know that Greg Anderson knows where he is a lot of the time because he's that distracted sometimes. So I think Jen Anderson has to remind him sometimes where he is. And they're great. Their dynamic is pretty fucking fantastic. I love watching it. It's really funny to watch. She is the mischief manager to Greg Anderson. Like Greg Anderson, all that ADHD thought in his brain, she is the mischief manager to him. It's pretty cool to see. So when did Nick Whitney and Greg Anderson learn of the note? And what was their response? Oh, now we just want gossip. What would they say when they saw that you said the note? What did they say? Were they surprised? Oh my God, do tell. Say exactly what they were wearing. When did they find out? Give me all of the details. Spill the tea. How did you obtain Nick Whitney's message to the jury containing the note? And when?
I think I obtained it by looking into your ass.
No, the head removed from ass.
I think I obtained it from you when we were under the covers together because you were my lover. That's as ridiculous as anything else, you know. I'm trying to be cute and it's not working. I'm just pissed.
No, it's working. It's kind of cute. Kurt, what was I thinking when you sent the note to me? What were my thoughts? Do you remember what they were? Did I manifest them in your brain? No.
I have to say, although we're reasonably good friends, that I can't say that I really understand your every waking thought.
Why? Kurt, I am offended. That's sarcasm. It's terrible sarcasm.
I mean, I still call my father for advice, and I've known him all my life because I still value what he has to say.
And you don't pretend to know what he's thinking at all times in response to every question. And you don't know how he learned information that he knows that he's conveying to you, correct?
Yeah.
Questions for plaintiff's counsel. Nick Whitney, here you go, bud. You are on deck. Now, mind you, the way that defense counsel phrased this is they want Nick Whitney placed under oath. They're not going to accept Nick Whitney making representations or statements to the court. They want Nick Whitney sworn by the clerk in front of the judge to testify truthfully in response to these questions. So his representations and statements as an officer of the court, they don't care about. These are the questions they wish posed.
The fact we're contemplating a subpoena against plaintiff's counsel. I don't even know. I don't even know how to be more offended. I think I've blown the top on being offended already, and I feel like I should be more offended, and I'm not even sure that's possible anymore. My loathing for them may be complete.
It's probably there. there's probably a sliver of heart left that they're gonna nix out within the next 5 days.
Hmm.
I love when you grumble. It's funny, but not because it's sad. This is horrific because what I thought was the trial, and the trial was fascinating to cover. Trial ain't nothing. We have learned more about the character of J. Hatch and his attorneys since the verdict than we knew throughout the entire trial. And I didn't watch anything outside of a brief synopsis in articles on what this case was before the trial came about.
These lawyers are so far beyond control. They are a complete discredit to the profession. These people make me ashamed to call myself a lawyer. The fact that they're not being punished by any of the judges, and you say it's because the judge wants to make it appeal proof, and I'm sorry, I just don't buy it.
That's fine.
I just don't buy it. You have to have control of your courtroom. You can't be this pissing your pants about everything.
And every time, and you know what, Kurt, to your point, every time that I have said that this was the last straw,
Yeah, right.
every time I'm agreeing with you. Every time I've said this is the last straw, the audacity cannot be surpassed.
Yeah.
The judge gives them a cookie and says, "Here's your cookie."
Yeah.
And they surpass the audacity. So I'm with you right now. I'm disappointed. Remarkably, I think there should have been a lot of things done. And people are asking me, what would Judge A have done? I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'm not
I
sure
don't know.
either.
Because this is one of those, there are times in trial practice where I've seen counsel do this. I call it like a slow roll, right? Where your conduct is outrageous from the beginning, but you continue in that vein. It's like you numb the judge, you numb the court. The court becomes numb to your antics, and they don't give a shit about what's on the page anymore. And they're done with your bullshit, and they just want the trial over. And I've seen it before where the judge gets numbed, and it's like no matter what counsel puts in the pleadings, they don't see it to the same level of offense that I see it. They don't take it that way. It's not right. They shouldn't be that way. They should look at every pleading as a fresh pleading. They should look at everything that is filed by an attorney. Don't go for the bottle. They should look at everything that's filed from the attorney and say, this is a fresh new statement made under oath or made under, representation as officer of the court. But they don't. They have this built up, jaded thing, and it drives me fucking crazy because you're right. I've been wrong a lot about this is the last time. This is the last straw. This is the last straw. I wish this were the last straw. It should be. Shit, this is
I wish you were right. I really do.
this is horrific.
I'd
I
been
wish I
wrong.
was right. But also, remember when I told you that the judge was going to grant the interview? It was that jaded thing that I felt, like that feeling of.
I distinctly remember laughing at the idea because it was so utterly ridiculous. And now look at where we are.
And then watching the hearing. And the second we watched the first part of that hearing, I was like, oh, nope, he's going to do it. He's going to do it.
When that motion came down, because I think it was the first thing I did on the J Hatch, though it's not quite true because I did some summaries.
You did a bunch of summary stuff.
when you were out there at the end. I picked up for you, and I did like 2 or 3 days of whatever it was for recaps. But like my first thing I did after that was the stuff on juror number 1, their initial motion with Jules, where she got mentioned for the first time, and I laughed. I laughed in defendant's face. I laughed at it because I'm like, this is so incredibly absolutely absurdly ridiculous. It just gets funnier and funnier and funnier how batshit crazy it is. And like, then the judge did it, and I'm like, I don't even know what to do with this. Because like, where did I make a mistake?
You didn't.
Where did
You
I make a
forget-
mistake?
You didn't. You forget how easy it is to make the quote unquote easy decision in the moment that's the wrong call. I mean, look at evidentiary rulings, right? They make the wrong ruling all the time, but it's easy to make. And you expect more of them. You really do. And they should be better than that. It gets frustrating and it hurts and you get jaded. So hang on, Kurt. I need 1 second. 1 second. Don't
Okay.
stew. Sing.
Yeah. How you doing, chat? Questions for Plamp's counsel, who somehow we're going to subpoena and bring to this party, I guess. Did you know on November 6th that juror number 1's wife had been in the courtroom a few days earlier? If so, how did you know? When did you meet juror number 1's wife for the first time? Where? Who initiated contact? Were you aware of the note written by juror number 1's wife? When did you learn of it? Did you suggest to juror number 1 directly or indirectly that she deliver a note to the jurors? I want to do a singing break. I really do. I want to do a singing
can't
break,
get
but I'm not sure my heart is in it. I'm not sure my heart is in it.
It's too disappointing of a topic. How did juror number 1 obtain a message from Nick Whitney? Juror containing a note. Well, you're asking this of Nick Whitney, so presumably he's going to answer. What did Nick Whitney say about the jurors speaking to the press? When? Fuck off. Like, go away. Just go away. Questions for Jack Kowalski. Oh my God. Did you know on November 6th that juror number 1's wife had been in the courtroom a few days earlier? So what? How did you know that? Why do you get to know that? And so what? So what? During the trial, did you communicate with Jules? Jules in their brain. So that's where we are. If so, did any communication include any reference to juror number 1 or his wife? Oh my God. Did you ever contact juror 1 or his wife? If so, when? Nope. Conclusion. Defendant realized the scope of its request regarding juror number 1 is unusual.
Unusual isn't exactly the word choice I would have gone with.
Fuckery. But this case is extraordinary. No, your fuckery after the verdict is extraordinary. In many ways, including the unprecedented traditional and social media attention it's received. I would say that Murdoch got more. So did Depp. So did Paltrow. The detailed evidence of juror misconduct. What?
So is Trump.
And Brooks and Trump. Yeah. The detailed evidence of juror misconduct that's been exposed requires an inquiry sufficient to determine whether defendant received a fair trial. True. Or the integrity of the jury system was compromised. Every motion that you file, J. Hatch, is compromising the integrity of the system. And I am now at the point where I am siding with Kurt that this needs to stop. And Judge Carroll is losing a lot of points in my book right now, like a lot. So the limited scope of the interview contemplated by the court's December 20th order is inadequate. Oh, okay. Tell the court it's inadequate. That's going to go over well. The interview must include questions about the facts set forth in defense supplements. The juror number 1 motion must include detailed questions that permit the parties and this court to evaluate the extent and effect of juror number 1's alleged misconduct. Accordingly, the defendant requests this court grant the above motion for reconsideration of the scope of juror interview.
Yeah, I have a message for Howard
Hatch?
Hunter and Jay Hatch.
Oh, there it is. Sorry. Okay, you did it. That was good. I needed that. Oh, I so needed that. Oh, it actually brings. I actually had a little video. Are there any Spanish speakers in the chat? Like, just are there any? Can, if you're there, or just, I need to know because I saw a video that's way too funny. Let's see if I got it. No, did I not? Where's the video? I need the video. I need the video. I need the video. No, I've got it somewhere. There it is. Okay. Hang on. Video file. This had me rolling laughing earlier this week. It's a TikTok. Okay. Spanish speakers, help translate for those in the chat. Basically, he's saying, I want you to play a song. It's this song that's in English, but I can't remember what it is. He tries to explain it. And it's a son Nike or Reebok. ¿Eso son Reebok o eso son Nike?
No, yo lo que quiero pedir a ver si tú me pones una canción.
Claro que sí, mi brother, la que tú digas.
Sí, yo quiero que tú me pongas la canción que dice, ¿esos son Reebok o son Nike?
¿Esos son Reebok o son Nike?
Sí, sí.
Pero
Rhythm of the Night.
¿Esos son Reebok? Oh, how? How? How does this DJ get this?
¿cómo se llama? ¿Cómo se llama?
¿Son Reebok o son Nike?
¿Esos son Reebok o son Nike?
A ver, compláceme, que me gusta mucho esa canción. Está muy pegada esa canción.
¿Esos son Reebok o son Nike? ¿Será esta, brother? ¿Será esta?
Esa misma, bre, esa misma es.
How the DJ got that was amazing. ¿Esos son Reebok o son Nike?
Yeah.
Oh my God. Okay. Yeah, that was my palate cleanser for the week. I needed that. That had me laughing because I was going, there's no way. And the second he played, I was dying. Yeah, that was fantastic. Name that tune in 3 notes or 3 words that just do not mean anything of what was said. But yeah. Okay. Well, I didn't have a topic for the evening, and Jay Hatch decided they were going to do some fucked up shit. So they did that.
We need judges with balls. I don't know if I need to send them some testosterone booster or something. Maybe I could get. Maybe I could just send Judge Carroll some injected testosterone. Just send that to his chambers. Maybe that would help.
It doesn't have to be testosterone because they can have lady balls. I have seen female
big
judges
judge
lay down
balls.
the fucking laws.
Big
like lady balls. They can have judge balls, judicial balls.
Big brass ones. I'll give them the brass balls from Alec Baldwin's movie. Whatever. You know what it takes to sell real estate? Big brass ones.
Lady balls. Big balls. Balls of any balls. I don't care what kind of balls. It can be anything. Just fucking have the fortitude.
Glengarry Glen Ross. Glengarry Glen Ross was the movie I was looking for. He needs the balls from Glengarry Glen Ross. All right, I got there eventually.
So I was going to do one more thing, and it was going to show I had vacation. And by vacation, I mean vacation.
Can I come on
I couldn't-
vacation with you?
Yeah, we can do that.
Let's go. Let's go on vacation.
I
together.
have very therapeutic vacations.
Let's go on a man
but-
cruise.
What I think that has different meanings depending on where
Well, you're the
where
one with
you
the
use
literature.
that phrase. You did give me the book Lumber and Law. So we can go on a cruise.
Yeah.
On a cruise. So I got a lovely gift for Christmas that I think was probably my favorite gift that I've received in a long time. And it was this. It was a t-shirt. Just a t-shirt. In my defense, I was left unsupervised. I have never received a gift. I mean, the shower curtain of the pooping unicorn was pretty solid, Kurt. But you have to admit, there's
I do
probably
admit
not a
this
gift.
is pretty solid. I have to admit this is a good gift. I do
Probably
recognize.
one of the most
Respect.
appropriate gifts for someone of my character, and just purchasing random odds and ends like this. Mischief is downstairs now, so incoming. Exactly.
I'm gonna get
In
her
my
a
defense,
Nerf gun.
in my defense, I was left unsupervised.
Hmm.
Oh, God. Yeah, that was my favorite thing in the world. And then this was my vacation, was Arizona. Arizona is, and honestly, the Southwest, people look at the desert like it's nothing. It's gorgeous. And there's this lovely place that is called the God, what is it? The Arizona Sonora Desert Museum outside of Tucson. And they call it a museum, but it's really a walkthrough of a ton of stuff. They have animals, they have caves. This is a naturally occurring cavern in Arizona, all the limestone. And this is in the museum. It's located on property. So you get to crawl in there, and the kids were not afraid of the snakes, the scorpions, but put them in this cavern. Oh, they were freaking. We had to shove them through. And what people don't know about Arizona is the geology. All of the stones. My dad loved collecting rocks, and I never really understood the passion. But he loved it.
Maybe it was Hank Schrader. You didn't see Breaking Bad, did you?
No, I don't see a lot of stuff, Kurt.
One of the subplots is that he takes Walter White to geology exhibits and stuff. He likes rock collecting. Sorry, never mind.
It's not never mind. That's awesome. I didn't realize that a lot of the rocks were remarkably fluorescent. Like, this is just under a black light. I also got the lovely opportunity to explain to the children what hang on, let me pull this down. What a scorpion light is. Kurt, do you know what a scorpion light is?
Is a light bulb shoved off a scorpion's ass?
No, it is a black light flashlight. It's a black light flashlight because scorpions, when you hit them with a black light, because they are translucent and they have that like almost no pigment, they reflect back this really bright color, black light. And I didn't tell the kids a certain story that I wanted to, but I figured that their sleeping was probably more important than me telling the story. Scorpions in the springtime in Arizona, that is when they are doing their mating thing, right? That's when they come out to party. And they're a lot more prominent than people think. They're usually about that big, right? They're not really that big. They're little clear looking suckers. And when they sting, it's like a fucking hornet sting. It's like a little wasp hit you. gotten stung in the foot once. They suck. One of the most terrifying moments of my childhood was visiting my grandfather in Arizona and him saying, when you go to the bathroom in the middle of the night, be sure to knock your shoes out before you walk to the bathroom. And I thought he was joking. And it took my father saying, he's not joking. There are scorpions. And my grandfather saying, yeah, you'll see him around, for me to not sleep a solid 2 days while I was there. And had to pee more than anything in the world, but not getting out of that bed to save my life. So scorpion flashlight, little black light that you shine. And the kids were remarkably fascinated, Mini Mischief 1 and 2, fascinated by the fact that in the museum, when I hit the black light, you could see the scorpion. They lit up. And I had told them previously that there was a dead scorpion in my room. So when we got back to the house, I had to show them with the black light, the dead scorpion, to prove that it was in fact a dead scorpion and not just a stick, because they look kind of dried out. Well, that reminded me of a story that my uncle had. And I didn't share it with the kids, but I'm going to share it with all of you. In the springtime, my uncle came across a scorpion in his house. Not uncommon in Arizona in the spring. That's when they like to come out and do their thing. And in his moment of judgment, he raised his foot and stepped on it. And it was a split-second decision that ended up being a very, very bad judgment call. And here's why. Scorpions, like spiders, when their eggs hatch, their offspring are really tiny. And for the first months of their life, they ride around on mama's back. And they're too small to squish. Can't squish them. So when my uncle stomped on this scorpion in the spring, he immediately knew what he had done wrong. And now he then made the next worst mistake, which was he reached for the scorpion light. And he turned off the lights in the hallway and turned on the black light. And what did he see? Basically a carpet covered in little baby scorpions fleeing from their squished mama. So I'm very glad I didn't tell the kids that story, because they did sleep for most nights. But if you ever find yourself in the desert or in Arizona, Texas, New Mexico, Southern California, Utah, and you come across a scorpion in the springtime, do not stomp the scorpion or the spider. Do not stomp. Walk patiently towards the kitchen or towards the garage where you safely store your Raid or Southern Febreze or Southwestern Febreze in this particular case, and then walk back and spray the fucker, because nobody wants all those little baby scorpions all over their house. And no, the vacuum is not a good idea, because you do the same thing. You scatter them inside the vacuum, and they are so small they can actually escape from the vacuum. So that was, you only have to make that mistake once in life. But that's your fluorescence thing. Then there was this weird cactus that looked like a freaking cell tower. Didn't know what that was. It was kind of funky. Beautiful desert landscape. Went to the Air and Space Museum in Pima County Air and Space. Phenomenal. They have the twin of the Enola Gay there. Really fantastic. And this sent me down a deep dive. Kurt, have you ever researched the F-22 Raptor or the F-35?
I mean, a little bit.
So my brain went to Air and Space and then kind of air superiority, and then I saw the Warthog. The Warthog's been in service for a long damn time.
Yeah, it's still in Warthog. It's the A10, right?
The A10 Warthog. It's still one of the most fearsome.
It's basically just a really, really big gun.
It's a rail
that
gun.
an airframe happens to be surrounding. The gun is huge.
Yes.
It takes up the entire belly of the thing because of all the ammunition. and it fires what I think these 20 millimeter rounds.
50 or no 20, yeah, 20 mil round, but they're like that.
Yeah.
They're like that long.
Yeah, no, yeah, and it can fire it at like an
that big
incredible rate. It can just bzz, bzz, and like it'll destroy tanks and like literally everything else. It's a very big
30 mil.
Gatling gun.
30 millimeter round.
30 millimeter, not 20. Okay, 30 millimeter round. It's a very big Gatling gun in an airframe.
It is a round that is that
Yeah.
big in diameter, or no, sorry, not diameter. Yes.
Yeah, diameter.
That big in diameter.
Yeah.
And like that long, and it
Yeah.
shoots them. And the thing's been in service since like the 60s, but you can't kill it because apparently they're also remarkably easy to repair because they are quite literally flying guns.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
for close ground support, it's great.
Oh yeah, it's phenomenal. But that seeing all these planes got me researching kind of new planes. So the Blackbird, by the way, I didn't realize this. Did you know the Blackbird completed a flight from LA to Washington, D.C. in an hour and 6 minutes?
I believe it. The Blackbird was great. I've read so many cool stories about the Blackbird. I don't know how many of them are real or not, but my personal favorite, there are a couple great Blackbird stories, but my personal favorite was apparently someone asked, what's the slowest you've ever gone in a Blackbird? Instead of what's the fastest? And it's this really cool story that they told. I'm going to butcher it a little bit, but they were in England, right? And they were supposed to do like a flyover of like a high school or something that was whatever. And I forget the reason why, but they were like flying at these really, really low speeds. And like until like warning signal until the warning signal came on, like letting them know that the plane was about to stall. And apparently that was just when they were over like where they were supposed to be. So they out of a complete panic, they shoved the jets into max and push up to go over. And they thought they were going to get chewed out by their air boss while they landed. But apparently what the people on the ground thought, it was this really great demonstration of precision flying. This great move that really just wowed the audience. It's like they promised never to like tell anyone that was, a mistake. That was good.
What was also amazing about this plane, I didn't realize this. This plane flew over in Libya. I forget when, but it flew over at Libya. There was kind of what was called the line of death, right? It flew over that, and a SAM was launched at the plane.
And outran it, right?
This plane had the audacity to outrun the SAM. It outran the missile. It just said, "Nah, bro, we're just
outran it.
We're just gonna outrun it."
Oh, and like the other thing that's cool about it is because it goes so fast and gets so hot that when it's sitting on the ground, it leaks fuel because the gaps are too big. It actually just leaks fuel right on the ground.
It has to
because what's actually flying at speed, the gaps that they expand out. That's pretty cool. It's a badass plane. I loved it. I love the SR-71. And also, I think it might be the most beautiful machine ever designed by man.
Oh, it's gorgeous. And you hear these things fire up because they at this Air and Space Museum, they have an audio recording of the engines firing up. Oh my God. It is, you are listening to just, it's indescribable, the sound of hearing the engines fire up. It's amazing. And then they have the net, they have the cargo, not the net, the canopy that gets dropped out of this thing when it lands, because you can't slow it down with the wheels. If you try to, the wheels are aluminum. Underneath that little tread of rubber is aluminum mixed with rubber. That's aluminum too, because the wheels, if they make contact with the pavement at the speed that's flying, the wheels are shredded. They're gone. They're bye-bye. So
yeah. I don't care if it's out of date because of satellites. We should have kept it in operation, man, just for the hell of it. It's a great plane. It's expensive to operate, but so cool. If I become commander-in-chief, we're bringing it back. I don't care. We'll figure out something to do with it.
It is so cool. And then also learning that the SR-72, the Dark Star, is while it was released in like Maverick, Top Gun, like the beginning of that trailer, as a concept, is actually in development.
Mhm.
You're going, oh no, how can something be faster than this?
Oh,
It is
scramjet
amazing.
engines.
Yeah,
That's what they're trying to get. They haven't really gotten to be able to work yet.
they're still trying.
They're still trying, but yeah, scramjet engines.
And then there was this, and I was going, you know what? Aviators don't get enough credit for their craziness. We talk about Marines and how they eat crayons.
Yeah.
We
Of course,
don't we
nothing
don't
has
really
longevity. Nothing has longevity on the B except the B-52. That thing has been around forever, and it's not
Oh,
going to be
yeah.
out of it's not going to be out of commission until it's been in production a century. It's still in service, and it's projected to be in service for another couple decades. Last I checked, that thing is a boss. It has a port in the top of it to be able to use a sextant, just in case like all the other navigation goes out. I'm not sure
yeah,
anyone knows how to use the sextants, but it's there.
Oh, and it's got all the guns. All the guns. It defends
Yeah.
itself. Yeah. But this thing,
Oh, and the
I was
other one
looking
I
at this
like, I
going,
think it was the B-52. I think it was the B-52 where was it Kubrick or where they were using it in uh um how I stopped worrying and learned to love the bomb. Was that Kubrick?
I don't remember.
I think it was. And the B-52 cockpit was still like classified at the time, but Kubrick is like renowned for his attention to detail, and apparently he was able to get like enough information using like similar planes and like just rumors that were spread in magazines that the Air Force actually like approached him and like, how did you get this so accurate? Are we leaking classified information? He's, no, I'm just that good to be able to replicate the cockpit without ever having seen it.
These engineers are something else. And there was a person that actually strapped themselves to this lawnmower
Yeah.
inverted with a handle like you would see on a little boat, like a little skiff, and flew in this contraption. And then we have all the
Oh
other
yeah.
cool jets. All the other cool jets. There you go. It's not a B-52, but
bugger.
it's
Fucking fucker. Oh.
look at these things. If you ever get the chance, God, I love the Mustangs. This is one of my favorite planes.
The
of all
British
time.
Spitfires were pretty badass too, if I don't say so
Yeah.
myself.
Explaining this to the kids was complicated. So this was World War II. Japanese quite literally created planes that were not planes. They were missiles. This was a missile. It could not fly. It was dropped, but it was manned.
A
Explaining
manned
that
missile?
this is a kamikaze missile.
Wow, okay.
These were dropped from bombers. And there was a pilot that would fly this directly into a ship.
Okay, that's hardcore. That's
It
not
was
American, is it?
No, Japanese. Very hard to explain to a child. Like a kid who's now seeing the planes and the bombs, and you're trying to explain, and like, see, what is this? Oh, well, this is a device that was a plane, but it's not really a plane. Someone would sit in this and fly directly towards a ship, knowing when they were dropped from the aircraft that dropped them, they had no chance of returning. Like they were hitting a ship or hitting the water, but either way, they weren't coming back. Really dark stuff to see. But then I took a picture of this one because of the tail.
Alameda.
Sam Bankman Fried, baby. Alameda. This is Alameda. So
Okay.
172, bunch of little aircraft, mini Mischiefs 1 and 2, wandering off to see the planes. I don't know how they get those things in the air. Or that big NASA giant thing. And then it's a kitty. But it's not. That's a murder cat. That's a mountain lion. Now,
Mhm.
what the mountain lion is looking at through glass that's about that thick is Mini Mischief number 2. We walk upon this mountain lion at the Arizona Sonora Desert Museum, and there's a little viewing window. Big open space, but a little viewing window, and very rarely, you can tell very rarely is this little murder floof in the window.
Mhm.
But he's there, or she's there at this point in time, and just hanging out sleeping. And we all walk up quietly, mind you, and little murder kitty is sleeping passively.
Mhm.
Mini Mischief number 2 sees murder kitty, exclaims loudly. Murder kitty wakes up and makes direct eye contact with Mini Mischief 2. And that's right about when this photo was taken.
Mhm.
Through the glass, but I do say that turned out pretty neat. Can we see Mini Mischief in the reflection? Almost. These
If you can
cameras.
see Mini Mischief in the reflection, you're too close, man.
You're too close. I can see something in the reflection, which is like a humanoid figure, which means no, don't interrupt the murder kitty.
Hmm.
And they have this fun stuff too. So that was just some of the trip stuff. I wanted to kind of do the recap because that's where I was the past week. I've got to catch up on super chats and call it a wrap for the last show of 2023.
Woo!
2024 is right around the window, right around the corner.
In personal news, as I've already announced on my own channel, I'm moving to Houston. I signed a lease, so I'll be moving to Houston late February to be nearer to Nate the lawyer and attorney Tom. So hopefully that will be fun.
Wait, Nate is in Houston?
He is for the last 6 months or so. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. That's awesome. Houston's a great place.
Yeah.
Although wasn't that in the news? Didn't they have the 18-wheeler that got on the highway? Wasn't that Houston? Where they used the machine to get him out?
Oh, I don't know. I can't remember. I'm sorry.
It's this week. Okay. Let's catch up. Crispy Cookie, thank you for the super chat. Thanks for that great year. Here's to a great 2024. Thank you very much. Roro, thank you for the gifted memberships. Joshua, gifted memberships. Thank you. Fiona, gifted memberships. Thank you. Kathy Trout as well. Thank you. Elizabeth Chetwood, Mobile, Alabama, 42, female, drinking hot chocolate. Best way to go about an evening, hot chocolate. Marmar, do you keep your jokes in a database? Oh, God. That's a good one. Do you keep your jokes in a database? Debbie Swan, Ian made the finals for the most dapper. He did indeed. Courtney Meek, it didn't seem like 2 months already. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, and thank you for being a member for 2 months. Ryan Man of YYC, Runkle needs to find a Canadian flag bow tie. I think he needs a Canadian flag suit. Steve A, the drinking will continue until morale improves. It did not go up from there. We 1 month down have missed you, Rob. Thank you, Denise. Very much appreciated. Gwendolyn, Christmas Day, my B-Day, pizza, Pepsi, and movies. Awesome. Alan Muller, you're milking the cow jokes for all they're worth. There was another one. Ian Paler, where do cows get their wine? Bovine yard. Uh-huh. Good one. Jessica MCFC, I spent Christmas introducing niece to Harry Potter. Ooh, good Christmas. Harry Potter is a Christmas movie. I don't care what people say. It's a Christmas movie. And
I
if
watched
you
Die Hard
disagree,
Christmas Day. I hadn't watched it in full in a while. It was good.
I haven't seen it in a long time. But Harry Potter's a Christmas movie.
It's really good.
There's a lot of Christmas movies. I love Christmas. Die Hard is a good movie.
I like the lights.
Yeah, I did too. Kadata Smith, yay, love you, Rob. And you too. 2 months. Thank you. Paladin Phil, nothing like an ominous hum. Dancing Beagle, happy birthday to everyone else that has a birthday in no man's land between Christmas and New Year's Eve. Happy birthday to you, Dancing Beagle, celebrating at Grand Canyon tonight. I hope you enjoyed the celebration. Happy birthday. May this next year be the best thus far. Mary Coppola, okay, Tim, Tool Time. Yep, I've got all of them. Lil Blossom Fairy, Rob's Little Mischiefs have the best stepdad. I shoot them with Nerf guns. No, I don't. We play games. Ryan Man YBC, thank you for getting some memberships. Charlie Raven, you're about to be divorced before you get married. I don't think so. I didn't hit her with it. Did you get a hit? No. She has no weapon and she did not get hit. Elizabeth Chetwood, I love the treatness from Rob. Thank you. Pezzo one, Happy New Year, Rob. Mischiefs in the chat. Thank you. Professor of Logic, keep having that thing on your streams, Rob, and you will be one nominated for the next Gundies. I got to hit the bank shot. If I can get a bank shot down there, I know where she's sitting on the couch. Was that close? I got you. I got her. Target acquired. Got her. We hit her. Jody, all good. Happy New Year. Love being a Sparkle Fart. Thank you. Stephanie 1208. It's been awesome being a viewer for this year. Thank you, Stephanie, for being a viewer for this time. Cora Savage, mom's favorite saying, I may have to get old, but I never have to grow up. She's 68 and will be turning 69 this year. I foresee many inappropriate jokes. So many. Mostly probably coming from her. Melanie Ann Plains, growing old is mandatory, growing up is optional. Happy New Year, Rob, and the entire LNL crew. Thank you, Melanie. Dr. Moo, we spent the first 20 years of our life wanting to be older and the rest of our life wanting to be young again. Never grow up. Agreed. Pants, Ian sent the rock. It has been exploring New Hampshire. Awesome. 71208, Rob, you said stories should use fewer and not less. Stores should use fewer and not less. I get upset when American English rules are trampled on. So 2024, I'm just going to say fuck it. Fair. Just Sarah, thank you. Assembling the Barbie dream house at 4 a.m. nearly ended my marriage 1 year. We were exhausted. The kids were up at 6. I do miss them being little, though. Fair. The Chuggy Show Live asked EDB about the wonky donkey. I'm afraid to. Sardinismus. Runkle, did you notice she's a super lawyer? Oh, God, that's in regard to Jeanette. Oh, no. She found a firearm. Oh, shit. Ohio Palm Mom, let's get Ian back to second place on Extra Life. We should. Misty Ann, hey, is the toy gun on its way? Might be.
Is Mischief Manager, does she like shooting for real?
Yes, she does. I haven't taken her shooting yet, but I need to get her trained. Her brother's a cop.
Sure.
Her brother's a cop. Like 6'5" cop. That was a fun meeting. First time. He has a Belgian Malinois. He's a canine unit. I'm concerned. I hear scrambling downstairs. M169, the Scots call this week. The Daft Days. Fair. Angie, the DWKD girlies and their fan base, me included, appreciate y'all for talking about this. They started GoFundMe, the girlies versus Janet for legal expenses. All right. That case is wild. She is not going to be stopped. Alice Martinez, Happy New Year 2024, everyone. Happy New Year indeed. Katie Wire, thank you for becoming a member. Nance 70 gifted 5 memberships. Thank you. Oh shit. I got that. I got bombed. That fires a lot. She just launched them in the room. That's rude.
Now let's play that back in slow motion.
AJ, Red Sox community is maybe watching trials fun again. Thank you. Cat Yarb. Yes, love your content, Nate. Nate's doing great. Chris at M96, did the box of Santa hats ever make it to you? I didn't see anything yet. I can check post office tomorrow. Happy New Year, everyone. Thank you, Kristen. Melissa Ritchie, by the way, Kristen, I have a package going out to you probably 2 weeks from now. Just estimate. Melissa Ritchie, thank you very much. Alan Muller, thank you for the super chat. Even if Jay Hatch is right about the SS, it can be easily explained as the reaction of the juror to what he just heard in testimony and not prejudgment. Possibly inappropriate overreaction, but not bias. That's a very good
Judgment
and
is not the same
logical
thing as
take.
bias.
Correct. That's a good and logical take on that. Katrina Turner, Illinois, we elect people to throw them in jail. Okay. That's an interesting state motto. Dr. SB, someone deputize me, please. Melanie Ann Plans. That was my question from the jump. How did Jay Hatch know who juror number one's wife was? It's not like she went in waving a flag saying, "It's me. Hi." I don't know. Nick Loss, we got 4,000 Zachariah Anderson's defense today. That's amazing, Nick Loss. Congratulations. That's wonderful achievement. Nicholas, hey, I have a wheel of regret. Want Rob to have me on. I would love to. You guys see, we are at 3 hours and 50 minutes with just the 4 of us, and we whittled down to 2. ADHD is running strong. I have to be careful about how many people I can have on at one time. Just Sarah, between JB and J Hatch lawyers, I almost feel obligated to finally finish law school. I'd have to start over. Is 52 too late? Do you think? Be honest. No, it's not. It really isn't. Because you don't know what you're going to do with the degree. You can do anything with it.
I'm a commentator now.
Yeah. Ryan Man YYC, forget the bludgeoning instruments. Use an electrical tool, a conduit bender. Oh, those bend very rigid objects. Nicholas, I'm trying to force Rob to have my less vertical self on his stream. Nicholas, Santa, you don't have to do that. Manny me, Kurt didn't do recaps. He read filings after the verdict. He did recaps. Kurt
I did like
a
a couple at the end there when Rob was.
He did.
Forget why you were busy, but I did like 2 or 3 of them at the end for the stuff. So yeah.
Kurt was watching the trial the whole time. He was watching it, but I was doing recaps at night.
Yeah, and I didn't want to step on his turf.
And that's the thing. We navigate in like the legal commentary community. We navigate around each other as respectfully as we can.
Yeah.
So I appreciate when
he was already doing a good job in killing it, so there was really no particular reason for me to come.
When Kurt did recaps, and he did add a lot of recaps when I was not able to. Shell CD, to all who pointed out Dr. Joe didn't have a channel after the trial, thus showing this note could not have been done in court. You're the best. Correct. Alan Fortenberry, question: do they have proof that the note was from Maya's team and wasn't written up by someone else, aka someone connected with the defense? No, they don't have proof of that. Uncivil is right. Judge hasn't stopped them at all. Kurt, on that note, I need a second.
Okay.
What are you covering this week?
Well, I have no particular plans right now to cover anything. I've been taking the week off mostly just to kind of chill. I've been doing some gaming streams. I'm thinking about getting into ROM hacking. I've been playing Super Mario World for the first time since it basically came out in 1991 when I bought it for the first time as a 10-year-old child. And I've been getting back into it, and I'm learning it again. I'm getting like kind of better. It's fun. I've been thinking about doing some mod hacks with an eventual idea of potentially getting to Kaizo at some later point. I've also been doing a ranking of all the Star Trek The Next Generation episodes. I think we're through season 4 right now because I've been spending like 3 hours describing every season. It's been taking a while, but we're getting there, and that's getting done. And I'll probably do a stream at some point on this J Hatch motion just because I want to yell at it some more. That's basically what I've got covering. Also, possibly getting a dog. We've been talking about getting a dog.
Oh,
I am feeling better. Thank you for asking. I was just feeling a little run down last night, but I'm feeling better, and I'm chipper. I've got some chili that's slow cooking while we speak. I'm pretty excited about that.
What kind of pupper?
I was thinking about some sort of mini retriever.
I can see that. Goldens are phenomenal dogs.
Yeah, mini golden. I was thinking about like a mini golden. If I could find one that won't cost me a fortune.
Dogs are expensive.
Yeah.
That was Mischief's gift this year. She gets her puppy. Or a Doberman.
I see Mischief Manager did warn you in the private chat.
Oh no, she did. And that was why I was listening very like cautiously.
Yeah. Also, when I moved to Houston, I'm thinking about taking up dance lessons. I'm thinking about doing some salsa and maybe some ballroom. That'd be fun. I don't really see myself as a country line dance kind of guy. I don't really see that as my vibe. I'm hoping Nate and I are going to go to the gym a lot. He promised to be my workout buddy, so he better stick through it, and hopefully do some more speed dating, maybe some Mensa meetings. We'll see what we can do to get out of the house some more.
It'll be fun. Get out. Get
do
out.
some
with
more. Do
friends.
some more improv acting because I like that. That'll be fun.
Get out with. I mean, get out with friends. Like the cold introductions are the hardest. When you're with friends who know you and you feel comfortable and you've got someone to fall back on and like you're there.
Your friend has
not,
too many doodles for sale in Fredericksburg. Can they give me a deal?
Oh, that was the Mischief. Yeah.
Yeah, Mischief. Can your friend give me a deal?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah, let me know if your friend can get me a deal, Mischief. I might be interested.
She made a critical mistake, by the way. I still have ammo, and she repopulated my ammo. Steve A, how is it a problem to not end the stream in 5 hours? Just keep going. That's what Friday Night Frenzy is all about, isn't it? We've gotten to a fun part of it, though, at least. KRH Dr. Joe's been commenting on recaps, hadn't posted. Okay. Fender, thanks for the gift of memberships. Ryan Man YYC, Carol needs to put defense counsel under oath before he starts asking them questions about this motion to reconsider. That's a fair chance. Like, oh, that would be a good question. So you want to put Mr. Whitney under oath. Mr. Hunter, are you willing to stand there and allow my clerk to put you under oath and for them to ask questions of you? That'd be a fun trade-off. Lost in Law. Wow, what a great screen name. Hell, I'll call in. No one in the panel can vouch for me, but maybe Kurt remembers me from Nick's election streams.
I do not. Sorry.
Let's look that up. Nick Loss, nighty night. I've been wasted for the last 4 hours. Love you. Have a great stream. Love you too, Nick Loss. You're great. Fender, my girl in real life starts with S. My sign in real life starts with S, changes daily. What the F? Yeah. Rhymeman YYC, at what point does JHAP say to the defense counsel, please stop, you're making us look like monsters with serious cognitive disabilities? They won't, because they still think they're in the right. I don't understand that. Just because it's juror number 1, Karnak the Magnificent now, apparently can tell everything. Fender, need to go to work, but wanted to say thank you for creating a safe space when I needed to escape my unnice house, Rob. Happy New Year and congratulations on all the new mischiefs. Fender, I'm sorry that you're in that circumstance. Escaping that household from time to time is probably very helpful. I'm glad that we can be here, but please take care of yourself, please. Nancy Robbins, can juror number 1 have a lawyer with him to object to any of these?
Hell yes.
Oh,
He
yeah.
should.
Yep. He can and should. Because having a lawyer doesn't mean anything other than you are intelligently asserting your rights and protecting them.
Yeah, regardless of which way juror 1 ultimately decides to go, he absolutely should get a lawyer. The fact that that's true and that's where we are is another shitty reason, because who's going to want to be on a jury in Florida if they're like, yeah, maybe I'm going to have to get a lawyer because I did jury service for the wonderful, wonderful pay of the $15 a day they gave me.
The other thing that is interesting about having a lawyer present with you, right? So this happens in the context of Fifth Amendment assertions.
Mm-hmm.
If a witness has a lawyer with them and the Fifth Amendment is asserted, even if the judge overrules the lawyer still has ethical and sometimes obligated to actually say, I am instructing my client not to answer, irrespective of the court's ruling.
Mm-hmm.
And you get into this back and forth with the judge, very rare, but it does happen, where the judge's only power at that point in time is to hold the lawyer in contempt and the client in contempt. Lawyer first, client second. And it's one of those things where the judge says, no, you answer the question. And the lawyer says, I'm instructing my client not to. I've seen it happen.
Blinks. Who blinks?
It's who blinks, because the judge has the next power up, which is contempt, and then comes monetary penalty, and then comes jail penalty. And usually, if the lawyer does it right, the judge would blink. I think Judge Carroll would blink first, to be honest, in that case.
Sure.
He's already shown he's going to blink. So if juror 1 has a lawyer with him, and the lawyer says, Judge, I'm instructing my client not to answer, and the judge says, I'm overruling you. Judge, I understand the court's ruling. I'm instructing my client not to answer. Is Judge Carroll going to, at that point in time, with all of the other bullshit that's happened, throw the lawyer in contempt? Or whole lawyer? I don't know.
You make a good point, my friend. I'll go down there. I'll do it for free. He can throw me in contempt. That'll be fun. Lol.
It's playing that same game.
My third time in the courtroom ever, and I wind up in contempt. That'll be good times for me.
But that's playing the jaded system back against itself. So, John Common, why don't they ask juror number 1 why juror number 1 didn't beat his wife for being in the courtroom at this point? I mean, the questions are that audacious. Why didn't they subpoena Jules' husband for not keeping her in their place? Oh my God.
They got a point.
The questions are not out of line from what J. Hatch was asking.
Jules, to my understanding, is divorced, so I don't know how that works. Does she revert to her father's control, or how's that work? I'm not sure.
We are not, but you know what? J. Hatch opened the door. They're like, women are chattel. That's kind of what they were referring or implying. So, sure, that's the hill they want to die on. Not a pleasant one. Jonathan Duger, can the judge reconsider the interview altogether? That's what I was saying. Like, you open the door with my reconsideration? No. I hope J. Hatch and its parent organization lose all of their money. Juror number 1 should unload all of the hatred he has for J. Hatch. F him. This is how miscalculated can you get?
We need to let the men can let the single A's know if we could stay in chat. Yeah, good times. It's like we're trying to bring back some real old school law. Yeah, women are chattel. I'm not even sure when that was last legally operative. Woof.
It is astounding. And it takes the, and I'm going to use this word, I don't use it a lot. It takes the ignorance of someone who is just, no, ignorance is probably the right word. Ignorant doesn't even recognize that what he is asking has that tone to it. It's beyond him. He can't see it.
The fact that that's true at this level, especially because presumably he's been watching some of our commentary, and I've made note of it before, and no one's brought it to his attention. Like, dude, you want to tone this down? No one in his legal terms been like, this seems a little. Maybe you want to tone it down?
Yep. M. Young, Salisbury sworn affidavit by Anderson. We read it. Thank you. Mary Coppola, Shapiro has had it in for Jules ever since the day in court when he ignorantly told her to get a life, in my opinion. It's a fair opinion. John, comment, if I were juror number 1, I would have a hard time not getting visibly angry during the judge's questioning if it goes into these questions. The judge isn't going there. You know what? I will not say that.
Rob has to double check himself, and he knows exactly why he has to double check himself.
I do.
Yeah, I laughed at it too, Rob. I laughed at it too. Look at where we are now. Welcome to my hell.
I know. And I still believe that I am looking at this as neutrally as I can be with my trial attorney experience and the jaded person that I am. I
thought I was looking at neutrally, and look where I am, man. Jeez.
Even that jaded person is going, no fucking way.
Yeah.
Please, Judge Carroll, do not. I am at the full level of my jadedness, and even so, I'm disappointed. Please don't. Just please don't. Andrew J, even if it wasn't privileged, which it is, juror number 1 testifying for his wife would be hearsay, wouldn't it? Yep, it would. And it's not a party, so it's not admission against party interest.
Yeah, but we're not like in trial, so the rules for hearsay are not necessarily the same. So it's probably permissible. It's still kind of dumb though.
It's stupid. Opposite of amnesia, a prior filing suggested defendant was ousting women from the jury as well. Interesting. But I wouldn't want
because women might actually like. I'm not sure why that is. I mean, I
it's
think
the
men
mother,
would be
it's
pretty.
the mother thing.
I don't know. I think
I think-
fathers. I think fathers care about their children too. So I don't know.
They do. I think moms have something a little bit different, like where moms would do anything. I mean anything. Literally anything.
Mm.
Dads say they would do anything, and I believe that they would do just about as much as they possibly could. Moms would somehow find a way to go beyond the possible, like having carried that child. So I can
Maybe.
see that. Lindsay, so as
I
we
love my
asked,
dad. I'm just sticking with that principle for the moment.
Oh, I
Love you,
love my
Dad.
moms too. I love my dad and my mom. I love both my parents. Dad, yeah, love you, Dad. Lindsay, so as we ask, what would Ethan Shapiro do? Apparently, the answer is not even a semblance of a whiff of the barest minimum in terms of research. Yep. Julia 543, Judge Carroll should reconsider and go with nope. I agree. Britta Aller, good place to hang out with friends. Thank you, Britta, for being a member for 2 months. Steve A, just remember, ask yourself, what would Ethan Shapiro do? Then do the opposite of that thing. Rocky Top Girl, did Deborah file a motion for sanctions on defense too? She's not a party. She can file an affidavit that's really spicy, which she did, which can serve as the basis for a motion for sanctions, but it is. Blessed in Texas, is judge allowed to watch YouTube and Reddit feeds to investigate? Yep. Wait, is judge's wife allowed to do this, then fill in her husband, the judge, in? Yep. How else is he truly going to understand what's happening? Judge must sanction. I'm there. I've been wrong before. Die Hard HTTR, hail to the Redskins. If note was given post verdict, does it matter? Not really. A lot of these
I'm not
questions are
sure.
no. Jules OMN, can the judge not ask any of these questions? Have a happy New Year's. He might not. I don't think he's going to ask a single one of them. Lindsay, I have it on good authority that you cannot be and presumably are not left unsupervised in Costco. So the shirt is apropos but potentially inaccurate. I am left unsupervised a lot. John Common, question: can we send Nick Stero a Toots the Fire Farting Dragon book for channel birthday? You can. I think he has a PO box on his channel about page. Go to his about page on his channel. Click over to the little about tab, just like Kurt. Kurt has a PO box. That's where I shipped a thingy that's showing up. Kurt has a PO box. You can send him stuff. You can send Nick stuff. Keep it appropriate, please. Yeah. Arlo 7247. How many step mischiefs are there? 2. Mini mischief 1, mini mischief 2. Mini mischief 1 is 9. She's a firecracker. Mini mischief 2 is a redhead, takes after his mom. Equally firecracker, 5 years old, male.
Respect.
Yeah. XCDA, may your 2024 be as fantastic as a unicorn coming through the rainbows. Agree. Thank you, XCDA. And thank you for the book of lovely jokes and all the wonderful things you've sent. Angie, y'all's conversation reminds me of a habitual line crosser series about U.S. military aircraft on the Clock app. Y'all would enjoy it. Very cool. I'll take a look. Oh, no, I've seen a lot of those. The F-22 Raptor is one that really gets me. That thing can corner tighter than my fucking truck.
Yeah.
Like,
as much money as they spend on development, it better.
well, the F-35 is the one that cost them. The F-35 is the one with the $400,000 helmet that can see through the plane. Like, you can look down and the camera's like you are looking.
That one
through the
too.
plane.
Yeah, that one too.
The F-22, I think if I took my truck on a straightaway going 30 miles an hour and I tried to turn my truck in a semicircle, I think the F-22 would out corner me. LJ Peach, Rob, did they have the C5A? They are giant. I didn't see that. Not there. Equality, thank you for your wonderful year, everyone. Best chat. Thank you, Equality. M2HMGHB. My dad attached the wheels to the U2 from the back of an El Camino when he was stationed in Thailand. No way.
I believe it.
He was a crew chief on B-52 and flew over Nam. Wow.
The U2 is such an ungangly plane because it's like its wheels are so small and the wings are so long it must touch the ground, and they have to like get cars to chase the plane because the pilot can't really see where he's landing, so they have to get chase cars to radio to the pilot to let him know where his wheels are. Yeah, the U2 is an ungangly monster of a plane, but it can fly at like 100,000 feet, so it's got that going for it.
Well, yeah. So my 3D printer, which is on the kaputs right now, it fought me, but F-14 Tomcat and the wings. That was Mini Mischief's 2 favorite plane. He asked me honestly, in all honesty, he said, who would win, my plane, which is the F-14 Tomcat, or your plane, which is the F-22 Raptor? He said, which would win? And I said, mine. He said, but what if mine was shooting at yours? Mine. What if I had 2 of mine? Mine. F-22 all day, baby. Celine, that was the fastest find out to date. Kind of. Happy New Year. Thanks for a lovely year. Thank you, Jen K. Chris M96. Mischief needs a P.O. box for reasons.
Send it to Rob's P.O. box. He'll get it.
I think they want to send her ammunition. Baby steps 22. Way to go, Mischief Manager.
I'm happy to help supply your wife in an operation against you. That sounds like something I'm definitely interested in.
Excuse me? Wait, what?
You heard what I said.
It's the cold behind your eyes when you say it. Now, I did say that, well, hang on. Mischief nailed it. There is a solid 3-second delay on the live feed because I'm not sure how much of that was heard. Oh, she nailed it all right. She had pillows. It was not fair. Cat W finally reached 1 year of being an official Sparkle Fart. Happy New Year. P.S. That Nerf attack was perfection. It was. It was so good. Almost equally rivaled by the counteroffensive that was just waged. Chelsea, here's the end of 2023.
Is Mischief going to start streaming, or are we going to have a Mischief stream? That'd be good.
I don't know. I won't do it to her.
Mischief takes over Rob's stream, doesn't tell him.
She could. She has the controls. Chelsea, here's the end of 2023 and looking forward to all that 2024 brings. Cheers to a happy 2024. I would love a year where all of my friends, family, and all of you have immense prosperity and happiness. Absolutely. Chelsea, thank you.
Hopefully, I'm hoping this is the year I will find love. I really, really hope it's the year I find love.
I think you will. I've got a good feeling about this year. I like even numbers. Chelsea, thank you for the gifted memberships. It's a Miss Tree. What a wonderful scream name. No Doodle if you want an English retriever. Oh, okay. Grant Horn, want to get out? Try karaoke. It's fun. Yeah. My sister gave the kids a karaoke machine. I hate her for it. I love her. Tina, when the appellate court reads this case, do you think they will be just as outraged with defense? I can't see how you don't get there as an appeals court, right? Because they're cold and read the pleadings, and this is just, it looks like a joke.
Mm-hmm.
Rosie, thank you. If you're jaded, I'm a little mermaid. Melissa, who's ready for a cuddle and sleep? Good night, all. Good night, Melissa.
I
Oh,
want to
Fleggins,
cuddle.
Ian's in third place on Extra Life. We should fix that. Jules, thank you for the super chat. And Jules, again, I was pro se for 22 months against my ex and won today. Congratulations, Jules.
Congratulations.
It's a tough life. Not tough life. Family court is something that, honestly, every single one of you will at some point in time know more than one person in your life who has been in family court.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's why I practice the law I do, because people need help in family court. Pro se, Jules is.
I'm still an old school romantic. I just want it all to work out. My parents have been
I do
married
too.
51 years. I just want it to all work out.
I do too. But when it doesn't, you want a fair, rather, you want a fair and safe way for it to not. Right? Where
Yeah.
circumstances where circumstances exist, where that whole working out thing becomes an actual impossibility, not a practical impossibility, an actual impossibility. You would like for both parties to be safe and taken care of in their departure.
I'd really not want to divorce my wife except for cause.
I'd like to not divorce anybody. I'd like to not divorce clients. I'd like to not divorce I am divorced. Life is
Yeah.
life. It's not pretty. There's no such thing as black and white. There's the gray that we all live in, and we try to navigate it the best we can. We find happiness where we can, and we recover from sadness where we.
The only
we're
thing
able
that
to.
the only thing that gives me any peace at all when it comes to my past relationships is that I was pretty good at predicting what would have happened and if certain things occurred, and those things did occur. And so the fact that I didn't take the other road because I was worried about what would occur if it did makes me think that maybe I was correct. It's the only thing that gives me any peace.
We've had this chat before, and I am all about my life experience tells me that the circumstances will align when they align. You can't predict it. You can will it. You can hope for it, and I hope you do, and you do. I know you do. But you can't make it happen. So the best way of doing it is finding the way to make your life the best life that you can make it right now. I know. And you're doing all of the perfect things. Houston, love it. I love that change. I love all the changes. You're doing all the perfect things. That's why I say 2024. I love the focus you have. These are the things that I see aligning. So I've got a lot of positive thoughts, tons of them, and Nerf guns, and
Yeah.
Well,
invite a lot of single ladies to your wedding. Maybe they'll help.
Oh, I don't know a lot. I know a few. We'll find out. We'll the wedding will be interesting. There might be Nerf guns. Maybe. Oh, we're doing this. I'm doing this. I'm finding a way to do this.
We're doing a bachelor party with some Nerf guns. Is that what we're doing now?
Nope. I am doing the Oprah thing where everyone reach out of their seat right now.
At the wedding, everyone gets a Nerf gun?
Everyone reach out of your seat right now. You get a Nerf gun, you get a Nerf gun, you get a Nerf gun. 5 minutes, 5-minute warning. DJ's going to play some song for 5 minutes, and it's an all-out war. Oh.
You know, the pressure's really on me now to come up with a good gift for your wedding because I've gotten you all these wonderful gifts so far. So now I have to really dig deep into my mind to figure out what can I get you for your
what's-
wedding gift that will match the gifts I've gotten you thus far.
You don't have to give me anything. And the gifts that you do give me are so remarkably thoughtful that I have a lot of faith.
Maybe I'll get you a cameo from the cover models of the book.
Oh my God, please don't. But that's a solid burn. That's
It's a good idea.
really
That's a good idea.
That is not a bad idea. That is not a bad idea. That is so funny. Oh my God, it's so funny. Oh, that's so funny. Oh, please don't do that. But also, it's not funny. Yeah. Kristen at 96. About tab is gone. Info now on made page over tabs. Oh, I didn't know that. Thank you, Kristen. I don't know the YouTube stuff. John, comment. We use those challengers for the U2 now, and we have to hang out of the car to catch it. Oh my God.
I believe it.
That is awesome. Sandy, Rob, you do realize you will have to sleep sometime and payback will be hers. I sleep so solidly. That's a bad thing, though. That's a bad thing. I'm now scared. Why'd you do that, Sandy? Sandy, don't do that. Jules had keep my alimony, but now I have to move because he knows where I live. The dangerous situation is a tough one. So keep yourself safe. M2HMGHB. I asked my dad one time when we were watching a WW2 or World War II bomber documentary what flak looks like. He said, I don't really remember. I was looking for Sam's.
Isn't it just like essentially little things of aluminum?
I
Am I
think
misremembering?
My World War II naval or aviation history is expended with what I knew about the Japanese, the B-52, and some of the other aircraft. Honestly, a lot of the stuff I look at is more engineering feats.
That's shaft and not flak. You're
Shaft
correct.
is
Thank
not
you.
flak. Yeah, chaff.
I was close.
Yeah.
I was close. Oh wow.
Cheryl C. Mills. Corey would be proud of you doing a nerd fight at your wedding, or a Nerf fight at your wedding. Yeah, I do not hate this idea at all, and I think that if I can pull it off as a surprise somehow, oh my, it would be fantastic. And you give like everyone like a 10-second head start, like a no fire 10-second head start to create teams, or this is. I now know this is now my wish. This is now my wish. This is what I want. Kurt, you would be totally down for this, right?
Oh yeah.
Like the all-out Nerf war at the wedding.
I might like put under the seats some like face paint and encourage people to like do this to their face with like the greenish shit, you know.
Oh no, you use wedding cake. Like you use the wedding.
Ooh. All right. Yeah. Let's mask up.
Oh, tables are teams. The chat is the team groom versus team bride. No. I told you, her brother, cop, former Marine. No.
I'm on team bride.
I just think table numbers squaring off. And you just have everyone just going nuts for a solid 5 minutes of Nerf wars. Oh, this is the best. Why have no adults done this yet? Captain Corey Baylor yelling balls. Yep, balls in the air. Yep. This is fantastic. This is great. but I have Runkle, and I know how Runkle met his wife. Runkle met his wife at laser tag, and she had ripped her pants and was hiding in a corner, and he shot her and realized her pants were ripped, and he didn't stop. He kept shooting her. That's how he met his wife. Oh, here the table's using this cover. We're gonna have to pay a bigger deposit. This is gonna be the best. All right. On that note, folks, it is 1:19 in the morning, my time, and I have to be awake at 6. So
Why?
family stuff, gotta travel and gotta be somewhere. I get to
Yeah,
ride
that's rough.
Passenger Princess, though. Passenger Princess
That's
is the
all
best way to ride. To all of you, I wish you all a wonderful and happy New Year's. May we bless 2023, put that shit in the rear view, and may we take 2024 and all the challenges and opportunities it brings and grab them by the horns and just, make this year the best year of your life. So here's to a pleasant 2024. Happy New Year's to all of you. All of you, I love you. I cannot wait to see you in the new year. Cheers and good evening to all. One more line of swoops and then the outro. Swoop 1, Kurt. Swoop 2, both. And good night, all. Happy New Year's. Happy New Year's, Kurt. Thank you for being here, my friend.
Thank you.
All. In 2024, go make something. Make the year the best year you've had. Cheers.